Ms. Weigel also.
Welcome back, everyone. We'll now reconvene from yesterday's meeting. I don't see any councillors joining us online. Just for information for the public, the 2023 budget meetings are held over 3 to 4 day periods starting at 9 a.m. daily. Meeting dates or times may be amended throughout this process, and if all budget matters are accommodated during the November 29th to December 1st meeting dates, there will be no requirement for the December 2nd meeting. And if more time is required, then council can recess the meeting and reconvene on another day. Any change to the budget timelines will be communicated to the public in advance to the best of our ability. For everyone's awareness, there will be designated breaks each day at approximately 10:30 a.m., 12 noon to 1 p.m., and 3 p.m. Councillors and to our viewers and participants, for your awareness, prior to going to council considering for the final proposed 2023 budget, we're going to take a 1-hour recess to allow administration to incorporate any changes made during the budget sessions. Now moving to the process for today's meeting. Members of the public are invited to pre-register by 12 noon Friday, November 25th if they wish to speak to any item of the budget today's meeting. Residents wishing to address council on the capital budget will have the opportunity to speak during the public delegation session following the introduction of the capital budget from administration. Delegates that have registered to speak are permitted up to 5 minutes to speak and must remain on topic. The final proposed 2023 budget will be considered for approval by council on the last budget meeting day, whether it is today, tomorrow, being December 2nd, or at a later date. And finally, one last note, for those councillors joining us virtually, please remember to stay connected during the meeting unless you are declaring a pecuniary interest on a specific matter. In accordance with electronic participation provisions in the procedure bylaw, if a vote or motion is taken while a councillor is disconnected, then the councillor is deemed to have left the meeting prior to the vote and would not be able to continue participating in the meeting. First, we have the capital budget introduction. I'd like to invite Laurie Ferguson, Chief Financial Officer, to introduce the 2023 capital budget.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Laurie Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer. Today, administration will be presenting the 2023 proposed capital budget and plan for 2024 and beyond. The 2023 proposed capital budget is $135,795,150. Administration will present by department for all projects that will have carry forward from 2022 and prior, 2023 proposed, and 2024 and forward. The first department to present will be Communications and Engagement, presented by their Director, Matthew Harrison. Thank you. That concludes my introduction.
Thank you, Laurie. Do you have any general questions from council regarding this overview? Up next today, will be the delegation portion of the capital budget, which will be followed by the council reviewing the proposed 2023 capital budget. As a reminder, this public delegation session is for members of the public who wish to speak to the 2023 capital budget. I'll first call our first delegate, Legislative Services. Do we have any registered delegates?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We did have one registered delegate. However, my understanding is they subsequently withdrew. Therefore, we have no delegates here today to speak to the capital budget.
Thank you. So I'd like to invite Matthew Harrison, Director of Communication and Engagements.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Matthew Harrison. I'm the Director of Communications and Engagement, and we're not often a department that has capital projects, but we do have a couple this year, so I'm pleased to present our proposed 2023 capital budget. For the 2023 year, we are requesting $350,000 for 2 projects. Both of these projects are the result of an internal communications and engagement review that was conducted in 2021 and aims at improving how we share information, engage our workforce, and even support the health and safety of our employees, which aligns with one of the priorities of your strategic plan. The first proposed project is for $100,000 to implement digital screens at municipal facilities and offices. One of the challenges that we found as we spoke with employees as part of the internal communications and engagement review is that field staff miss important information because they do not have regular access to email or to a computer workstation. The digital screen project will incorporate screens at key facilities, offices, and employee spaces, including locations like field staff lunchrooms, so that we may offer employees more consistent access to messaging. As well, these screens could be used to share emergency information if there is an incident in the community or in a specific building, kind of like what we saw this past Monday with the evacuation here at Jubilee. The content on the screens can be programmed to specific departments and locations depending on the facility, and there's the possibility too that screens can serve a dual purpose of sharing general information with the public as well. And also worth noting that there is a previously approved project like this, excuse me, for RES and the fire halls, which is expected to happen in 2022. So aligning the work, this proposed work with that work, has the potential to maximize efficiencies. The proposed project includes screens, software, hardware, cabling, and network needs for approximately 30 units. And while communications and engagement is the sponsoring department, we would be working with our facilities and IT groups to implement the project. The second proposed capital project is for a SharePoint online intranet software solution at the cost of $250,000. Again, the 2021 Internal Communications and Engagement Review found staff responses consistently pointing to the ineffectiveness of the existing intranet site. Content aside, the existing platform is dated and lacks the functionality and features to be the backbone of an effective and efficient hub for internal communications and engagement. And again, this is the intranet site. This is the inward-facing site that we use to share information, as well as a place to hold documents, policies, procedures, forms for people to use for a variety of different departments, that kind of thing. This proposed project provides the building blocks to create a new solution and leverages many tools that we currently have access to in our existing Microsoft license. An updated intranet site will improve employee communication and engagement and ensure better tracking, metrics, and accountability to share information with employees. Like the project I first described, communications and engagement is the sponsoring department, and we will collaborate with IT on its implementation. And that concludes my presentation for the Communications and Engagement Department's proposed capital budget. I would be happy to take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Do you have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Does any councilor wish to make a motion relative to this item? Councilor Bussier?
Actually, through the chair, Mayor, I do have just a quick question, and maybe it's not relevant to this topic or this session, but I just wanted to ask the presenter, because I had to obviously recuse myself yesterday. What are we doing with the billboards, or the billboards in the buses and park benches? And
Sure. Through the chair to Councillor Bussier. So those are two separate things. So we have transit advertising, and we have a contract with Pattison, contract that actually lasts through to the end of 2023, and they're responsible for the sale of the advertising on buses and on the shelters. We don't have park bench advertising. and then they split the revenue with us. So that's the transit piece. And then the billboards, the digital billboards you see around town, those are privately owned. We own or have possession of 11 billboards. So there's 10 between Beacon Hill along Highway 63 through to Highway 69, and then there's one down by Mariana Lake. So we have those 10, and we've had some challenges in the past on those billboards and interest in them because their static nature, and we can't change them to digital because the billboards are on Alberta Transportation land, and our memorandum of agreement with Alberta Transportation does not allow that switch. So they are static. So we've worked with economic development to utilize 8 of those billboards as a welcome to the community kind of thing, or in sharing information about any economic development and tourism initiatives. It's solely used to welcome people or to share information about that. They're not selling them. And then the final 2 billboards, so the 2 billboards closest to Beacon Hill, we maintain those as well. So we use that for municipal properties, municipal programs, initiatives, things like that. They've all been recently updated. The economic development and tourism billboards were installed, I believe, end of October, maybe beginning of November. I think they look quite nice. The municipal billboards as well were updated, I think, earlier in October with a few initiatives, things like Paul's How to Reach Out to Us, Missing, Murdered, and Indigenous Awareness. Can't remember the other ones offhand. I think a Fire Smart one as well. So not sure if that addresses all the questions you had about that, or?
No, it does. I guess the final question is, so we're not going to use them as a revenue generating tool like originally?
No, not at this time. So when we kind of historically going back, we had gone out for RFP for advertising for the billboards and for transit. And we had very limited interest in the billboards. In fact, there was interest in transit because that's something that's moving. It's like a moving billboard, essentially, right? But there wasn't the interest in the static nature of those other billboards. So we held on to them for a number of years. You'll probably remember they were virtually all municipal programs and services that were being advertised on them. So we just haven't had it's been a challenge to move content on that. So at this time, for the billboards, no, for revenue, but transit, we're focused on that.
Do you want my opinion on why we didn't sell any?
I think I know your opinion, but you're happy to
No,
share.
it's okay. If you know
Councillor
it, that's fine. Then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Dogar?
So thank you for giving me chance. Thank you, Matthew. It's a great work you have done, and I acknowledge it, a lot of work. And one thing I left yesterday, I think community engagements come under your leadership. You know, I really appreciate your leadership. I have observed them 4 times, and every time they were as good, as prepared. They were in the best of everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Are there any other questions of Matthew? Not seeing any. Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to invite Kelly Hansen, Director of Strategic Planning and Program Management.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Kelly Hansen, Director of Strategic Planning and Program Management. Today I'm presenting the proposed 2023 Downtown Revitalization Capital Project Budget. We're not requesting additional funding for 2023. Rather, we'll focus in 2 areas. First will be the completion of existing projects that have been previously approved. which represent a shared value of $8,900,000. Second, administration will utilize this intentional pause to confirm alignment to Council's 2022 to 2025 strategic plan. As an example, what is shown on the screen is representative of last Council's leadership and does not directly align to your approach. The pause will also allow for alignment to foundational planning guidance, such as the Downtown ARP and MDP. Thank you. That completes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Kelly. Do we have any questions from council? Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through to the Kelly. I just really appreciate the tax incentives for the downtown core. I think it's, I've seen some of the buildings and there's been quite an improvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stroud. Are there any other questions of council? Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to some more elaboration on the riverfront park space development, something like that.
Sure. Through the chair, I would defer that to my colleague in Planning and Development, Brad.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, I will be presenting on that after financial services
Okay,
later this morning.
thank you. I'll wait.
Thank you, Councilor Benjoko. Councilor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. I believe you're about, of the, was it 8.9 that's approved, you got about 61% spent. What is outstanding on that?
Sure. Through the
Coming
chair.
up.
Apologies, did I cut you off?
Or what's coming up for the remainder of it?
Absolutely. Through the chair to Councillor Ball, you're correct. There's 6 active projects that remain underway. Of those, 6.3 million has been spent and 1.2 has been committed or is in various stages of being committed. What I can speak to is the projects include Main Street and King Street streetscape improvements, light installation on Franklin Avenue, Kiam Park, the completion of the work over in that area, the wayfinding strategy, as well as signs to support the wayfinding strategy in a limited amount.
Okay, thank you. I think the reason that Councilor Benjoko is asking that question is because in the description it says revitalize the waterfront to encourage park space development. So I don't know that that's actually included in this project.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, you're correct. I indicated that on that slide that we need to realign. If this is the way in which council is looking to utilize this allocation of funding, we need to take this time to adjust it to your council strategic plan. It's currently reflective of past leadership, and so it's an opportunity to review that in this intentional pause and not adding additional projects to this portfolio of funding.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ball. Are there any other questions of council? Would any council like to make a motion in relation to this item? Not seeing any, so thank you, Kelly. I'll call upon Lori Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer, to present.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Lori Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer, and with me is Senior Manager Anne Marie Hintz, who will be presenting the financial services capital budget.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. As Lori had mentioned, my name is Anne Marie Hintz, and I'm the Senior Manager of the Information Technology Branch within the Financial Services Department. The total 2023 proposed capital budget is $5,980,000, with an additional planned budget of $6 million for a total budget ask of $11,980,000. This funding is for 2 projects. The first capital project is a multi-year project for the Rural Broadband Initiative for Fort Chipewyan. The 2023 budget ask is $4 million, with a future ask of $6 million, for a total of $10 million. The intention of this funding is to establish a partnership with a telecommunications provider to complete the necessary infrastructure upgrades required to provide broadband services to rural residents and businesses in Fort Chipewyan. Once this work is completed, residents and businesses will have the opportunity to subscribe to similar services with similar costing as within the urban service area. Not only does this initiative clearly align with Council's strategic plan, it also speaks to multiple TRC call to action, such as Action 62, by supporting Indigenous knowledge and teaching methods in classrooms, as well as Action 66, establish a national network to share information and best practices. Throughout the life of this project, we will continue to seek grant funding opportunities. The next capital project is the IT infrastructure capital. This funding request is for the necessary IT infrastructure upgrades planned for 2023, with a total budget ask of $1,980,000. In order to have the necessary business continuity in place, we need to ensure our assets are maintained and upgraded on a regular and consistent basis. The key benefits to completing these infrastructure upgrades are reduced unplanned downtime, improved server performance, and increased infrastructure security. This concludes our presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Quick question. Do we ever receive any grant funding that's the province has allocated for rural broadband yet?
We have not officially received any grant funding at this point in time. We did submit my apologies to the chair. We did submit a grant application earlier this year, and it's still under review, but as of now, we have not confirmed any grant funding.
Okay, thank you, because I know they've been announcing constantly that they're providing funding, so hopefully that goes through soon. Thank you.
To the chair, there were two different streams under the UBF. There were the rapid response, and they've announced the recipients of that grant funding, and they're still reviewing the other ones.
Perfect. Thank you. Do you have any questions from council? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through to Anne-Marie. We continually lobby at RMA and AMA for this funding. So, and the last one, it sounded kind of promising. Thank you.
To the chair, yes, we're still very hopeful that we'll be recipients of grant funding.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through the chair to present. Certainly needed up in Fort Chipewyan. It seems like a lot of money. So what do you actually get for that? I'm assuming you get some towers and.
To the chair, that's the intent of the funding for next year, is to look at what our options are. Right now, for the southern hamlets, we've taken a fiber to the premise solution approach. However, there are more complexities within the Fort Chipewyan area, being so remote, as well as the ground. It's a lot more rocky, and there's challenges there. So we need to explore what our options are. It could be a combination of aerial fiber. It could be some point-to-point options. So we still need more time to evaluate what the best solution is, and that'll be a part of the work that'll take place with a telecommunications partner.
Okay, and then further to Mayor Bowman's question, so the funding that we submitted for covers how much of this, or what are we hoping to get from?
To the chair, it depends, and until an actual contribution agreement is established with the UBF, we won't know the exact amount. It really depends on all of the costs to date, the costs per community, because there's certain communities that have portions that are eligible for funding, and then some other portions that are not. So we don't actually have a known amount that we would receive, even if we establish an agreement, until the agreement is signed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. My question is almost similar, so I was a bit confused whether to go ahead. So your ask is for 100% of what we would need to do the project. Do you leave any gap or any contingency of getting those funds, so that will put pressure on administration and mayor to continue to lobby, because if you need $100 and you are asking for $100, where's the pressure? So that's my question, maybe to you. Or I just want to know, are we planning based on 100% of our need? See you.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, projects like this where we're hopeful and looking forward to grant funding are a challenge for us. We must budget for what we expect to be the capital cost. So that's what you see before you. If we are able to receive grant funding, then we won't expend all of the monies that are there, but we can't presuppose that we'll receive grant funding in advance. So what we bring forward to council is the expected costs. Those are going to change. I think, as Anne-Marie has pointed out, we don't know for sure because we don't know what the solution looks like yet. But we'll be active and we'll continue the process with council on lobbying as best as possible the province and the federal government in terms of funding programs.
Okay, and the reason why I asked is, the assumption is RMWB has the money, and if we always provide, there might not be any reason for the province to step up. So, Mayor.
And just further to that, I would also add that typically grant funding programs are not 100% grants anyway. Okay. It's a shared, some municipal funding and some grant funding. So we always have to have money in the game. Okay. It doesn't send a signal, and this is very typical in all local governments where there's projects that could receive grant funding. The municipality needs to budget for the amount and then look for those grant opportunities.
Thank you. We'll continue to lobby. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Do you have any other questions of council? I'm not seeing any. Would any council like to make a motion relative to this item? Thank you, Lori. Thank you, Emery. Next, I'd like to invite Brad McMurdo, Director of Planning and Development, please.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Brad McMurdo, Director of Planning and Development. Joining me this morning is Keith Smith, Director of Public Works, specifically overseeing parks in this case. And to my left is Amanda Heides, Senior Manager of Planning and Development. We're before you today to present the proposed 2023 capital budget for the Waterfront Revitalization Project. For clarity purposes, Planning and Development is the sponsoring department. Public Works through Parks is the delivery department. The Waterfront Revitalization Project consists of approximately 6 kilometers of waterfront open space from the Athabasca Bridge to the Horse Pasture Park. In total, it's 194 hectares. Initially, the project has council-approved budget in the amount of $30 million, covering the entire project boundary. In December 2020, council sought to have McDonald Island Causeway beautified, and as a result, an additional $3 million was allocated to support the project. This amounts to roughly 5 hectares. The intent was to aesthetically improve the subject area and provide further waterfront connectivity. The total budget for the Waterfront Revitalization Project, consisting of both the original project boundary as well as the additional causeway, amounts to $33 million spanning multiple years. Waterfront revitalization in our community does date back over 20 years and is supported by the Wood Buffalo Waterfront Advisory Committee of Council, the Downtown Area Redevelopment Plan, the Municipal Development Plan, the 2019 Parks Master Plan, and substantial community engagement, including our Indigenous partners, and input from the previous Council strategic plan, and even the current strategic plan 2022 to 2025 aims to beautify the waterfront. In February 2020, the Wood Buffalo Waterfront Advisory Committee unanimously recommended to bring forward a recommendation to Council that sought to deliver the following: a year-round designated outdoor event space, including supporting facilities with appropriate utilities, be undertaken in 2020 as part of the 2020 capital budget. This went forward to Council in March 2020 and was approved. As previously mentioned, the budget for Waterfront is $30 million, and in 2023, we are not seeking any further funding. Rather, we are seeking to carry forward the previous budgeted amount in the amount of $21 million, with the remainder anticipated to be needed in 2024 or thereafter. The main features of the project were derived from community engagement, Indigenous engagement, and continued dialogue with the Waterfront Advisory Committee. I'd like to emphasize that a concerted effort was taken to work with our Indigenous partners to ensure that the design recognized the rich history and cultural significance that the waterfront offers. The engagement outcomes, coupled with the guiding principles for the project, actively guided the development concept and attempted to balance the following: building in a floodplain, which considers damage to key investment locations, and supporting flood protection. Supporting truth and reconciliation was another intended outcome. And lastly, the need for a flexible space to host successful events, everyday use, and different programming. Through this intent, we sought to create a four-season park, natural park that's reflective of the surrounding landscape, accessible and welcoming to all. Walking, cycling, and an opportunity for cross-country skiing was determined to be important. And working collectively and collaboratively to build a community-driven design that everyone would be proud of. Lastly, one of the pieces of feedback that we received was it was important to touch the water in both a motorized and non-motorized manner. As previously mentioned, in late 2020, Council at the time expressed an interest in having the aesthetic along McDonald Island Drive improved. In 2023, we are not seeking any additional funding. However, we are seeking to carry forward $1 million from 2022, with the remaining $2 million expected to be drawn in 2024 or thereafter. The Waterfront Park project is a significant investment in infrastructure, including flood resiliency and flood mitigation. It seeks to enhance one of the most beautiful spaces in our downtown, offering our regional location for community gathering and celebration. The site design integrates cultural elements that have been developed through engagement and relationship building with our Indigenous partners in the genuine spirit of truth and reconciliation. This is an area where one can touch the water. As I previously mentioned, it's located in the downtown and thereby offers great opportunity both recreationally but also economically. Having said that, this council has recently adopted a new strategic plan, and so we welcome the opportunity to ensure alignment with that plan. That concludes our presentation, and we welcome questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. For me, I don't know if the other councillors in just community, one of the most beautiful, probably well taken care of spaces in Fort McMurray is the drive between the downtown area and over the causeway to Mac Island. What's the $3 million included to, what are they going to do to make that better than it is now? It's already probably one of the most well taken care of, beautiful drives we have now.
Through the chair to the mayor, the intent was to improve the whole causeway, the entire 5 hectare area. Through Public Works and Parks, they've already delivered on a previously budgeted project, which was to essentially clean up and green up that area. But more was intended to be delivered through beautification, so adding different, different aesthetic treatments, planting, things like that to really beautify that whole strip of land.
And when you say 5 hectares, does that include the trail system that's connected to that, or this is just a piece from the towers to Mac Island?
Through the chair to the mayor, it's essentially just the area along the causeway, so it's not the trail system.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. So we look at the budget and everything, but I believe we already know that the cost to actually realize what was put out there is significantly higher than the existing budget, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, that is correct. We did move ahead with a tender for, an RFP for Priority Area 1, and we know through that process, which we halted, but we know through that process that the bids that came back were quite a bit higher than initially projected.
How much higher? Approximately.
Approximately, in total, I think about $8 million higher.
So we're basically talking 41 million versus 33 for one portion of the project, not the entire project, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, that's correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mayor, and through the chair. You answered it through Al. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Do you have any questions, Councillor Ball?
Thank you through the chair to presenters. I know you've faced some challenges with the Waterfront project to date. What I'm curious about is the McDonald Drive Green Space one, kind of, I guess, expanding on Mayor Bowman's question. I'd like a better defined area of where we're talking. Are we talking about the corner where the traffic lights are, extending to the end of the causeway, or all the way to the turn into McDonald Drive, into the McDonald Island Park? There's no map.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, essentially the causeway, I don't know how I describe this, the access prior to
the ball
prior
park?
to the ball diamond, essentially,
I know
the
where that
informal
is.
access, if I can say that, leading all the way back essentially to the bridges. So that whole strip of land on both sides of McDonald.
Okay, thank you. In years past, there was a project, there was a community placemaking project that did all the landscaping that's on that current roadway. I believe the cost was under $1 million or right around $1 million. So here we've got a cost of $3 million for an area that's considerably smaller and might need less treatments. And I'm wondering, this was approved in 2021, and I believe you have $0 spent to date. So what progress have we made?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball. As Mr. McMurdo said earlier, we did utilize some funds from a previous project, most likely the project you're referring to. However, the causeway is part of P2. That would be done under priority 2. What we're focused on here today is priority 1. So that money is left for future development. So none of that money is to be spent at that time. That would be included under priority 2 in this program.
Okay, so would it not be prudent then maybe to look at bringing this green space improvement project forward at a later date instead of keeping the $1 million in our current plan? It's just sitting there, frankly, doing nothing until such time that we get around to doing something.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball. Initially, it was meant to be a separate project. However, it was combined with the Waterfront. If it was to move forward, if it continues to move forward, obviously we would move forward with construction of priority area number 1, and priority area number 2 engagement and design would start this year. So that would draw upon that money.
I can appreciate that, but we're stuck on priority area 1 based on what happened a few months back, and I don't see us moving forward on priority 2 till at least next year or the following, because we're going to build 1 first. That's just a suggestion anyway.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, essentially it depends on what happens today, and the direction that's given today may change how we deal with the causeway.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted some, I don't even know if they will be able to answer the question, the expected impact of this project on the economy of this downtown area, apart from the aesthetics, making it look good and for pleasure. What are we buying for 33 million? And it's just a portion of the project. I'm a little bit lost.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, with respect to the economic part of your question, there is an opportunity to allow for, I'll say, small-scale breakout spaces, or commercial recreational opportunities that could take advantage of the waterfront. That's always been part of the plan, whether that is through sea containers that are developed with commercial pursuits or whatever that looks like. But that is the intent. We have had interest from local business owners to seek to offer commercial opportunities down there, specifically targeting, again, as I mentioned, recreational use of the water. Outside of that, the community, I think the community amenity is a gathering space. Currently, we do host a series of, I'd say, large-scale, the largest special events that we host in this region are typically hosted down there. That being the Athabasca Tribal Council event, which is very successful, as well as Ribfest has been hosted down there a couple times. What my colleagues in parks have experienced through hosting those events is there's damage. Typically, those events are held very, very close together. In some instances, there could be some overlap, or they're separated by just a matter of days. And so damage, poor drainage, things like that lead to increased operational costs for parks, as well as jeopardize any future use of that space if they need to remediate the damage that's caused.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Benjoko. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mayor, and through the chair, thank you for the presentation, Brad. I'm a little bit more caught up on my thoughts here. I got caught there. I apologize. I wanted to speak to just kind of what you were saying right there, the overlap. I know ATC Cultural Festival and Ribfest this year was actually the same week. Do you know the cost of damages? I know 2 years ago, with it being really wet, it was really torn up. Are those damages brought forth to the user at that point? Is the space rented out, or is the city just incurring the repair to those?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, it's a good question. The municipality administration has typically incurred the cost for remediation. My understanding, and I welcome Director Smith to correct me, but my understanding is that the events, that the hosts of the events, when there is damage, they do attempt to remediate some of the issues. But ultimately, like to your point, a couple years ago, there was substantial damage that had occurred through tires, trucks coming on the site and getting dug into the ground. I believe at that time it was roughly $80,000 worth of damage that had occurred. So ultimately, the plan from that's been designed is to take that area where we know that people are going to be gathering, big trucks are going to be coming in, which will inevitably cause damage, and essentially redevelop sort of the subgrade to accommodate that type of traffic and weight. So.
Awesome. And so just so I'm clear on understanding it, so the 22 million that was in the budget last year has basically been carried forward because there's been a halt on the project, and then the 9 million is to make up the gap for the bids obviously being $8 million over. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, so the intent with removing the $3 million for the causeway was to carry forward the $21 million in total. The previous approved budget was $30 million, so that's how we arrived at the additional $9 million for future years. To your point with respect to the gap, there isn't budget available for the gap. So if we were looking at maintaining that $30 million specifically for priority area 1, and again, to Councillor Grannison's point, the $30 million was originally intended to cover the full length of the waterfront. So priority area 1 and priority area 2. We would have to either look at increasing the budget, or we'd have to look at descoping and removing elements of the actual waterfront.
Awesome. And what was the budget of 30 million, not for the whole way, but for priority area 1? What was the cost that it was going to cost us to maintain that on a yearly basis? I know this.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, that's an excellent question. It's really hard to determine the exact cost at this point in time. What we're looking at is probably an extra FTE for an horticulturist, probably a laborer, and this is an area where our students that we hire in the summers would really, really help out. Now, this being a 4-seasonal park, there would be snow clearing, there would be bylaw involved, and believe it or not, with the majority of our parks, our facilities teams plays a key role, electrical, water. So you're looking at, I would say, anywhere between equivalent of 2 to 4 FTEs, and maybe augmenting maybe 4 students in the summer.
Plus materials and equipment.
Exactly. So through the chair to Council Wago, for just a rough estimate, is typically 8 to 10% operating costs of what the capital cost would be. So in this case,
so $44 million a year ish.
Ish.
Okay. And through engagement, when we were looking at the waterfront, did it look like it was going to bring more engagement at the park, or was it just going to create better engagement for the existing people that go down there?
Through the chair, Councillor Weigel, what you see there now, it's pretty much passive recreation. It's not really meant for the purpose of event space that it's currently being used at. So it's 2 different purposes. So what the priority area 1 is for is more of an event area, proper drainage, proper setup, proper amenities, safety. As when we hold events down there now, the parking and the amount of people, safety issue is a huge issue. So what it's being used for is not what its intended purpose as it sits now. So it will bring more events to the area. Now, priority area number 2, in which Mr. McMurdo referred to, that's more of your passive. So that will not come at the same price tag. However, we have not went down the road of engagement on priority area 2, but then again, that is meant for more passive. That's meant for more what you see down there now. Trails, few park benches, more beautification. But priority area number 1, make no mistake, it's more for events, to bring people down to that area.
So it would not necessarily increase engagement, but make it a better facility to be able to engage with kind of what's going on right now.
Through the chair, Councillor Weigel, I do believe that, and I believe it was said earlier in council meetings, if you build it, they will come. So if you build this event space, you will get more events.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, if you'll allow me, I'd like to just build on what Director Smith has provided. Essentially, what we've observed through the use of the existing park space, especially the park out at Waterways, Howard Pugh Park, in the summer, the park is packed. It's absolutely full. I think what we've learned is that people want to get out and want to access our spaces. It's an absolutely beautiful community in the summertime. Being able to be closer to the water, I think, is something that we certainly heard through engagement. But more specifically, to your point, some of the findings from the engagement sought to incorporate play features in the park, enhance the ability to touch the water, which is something I've mentioned, create a space unique for vendors and attractions, which would certainly get to Councillor Benjoko's earlier question related to the economic component. Incorporate places to stop and rest, and that's I think that gets to the heart of accessibility, and our seniors community, if they want to walk through the park, then there's obviously an opportunity for them to stop and sort of take in the surroundings, but also rest if needed. And then, as Director Smith mentioned, activating a year-round park. So we have winter play that is often obviously hosted down there. So being able to take advantage of that as well. So, and lastly, enhance safety and celebrating the natural beauty. And that are some of the findings that we had from the engagement.
Awesome. And so when you talk about engagement, stuff like the cultural festival and winter play, specifically, and you talk about accessibility to seniors, do we find it right now challenging for that, or do we find, again, is this just an enhanced thing, or do we find it challenging right now to run those types of events and accessibility to seniors and other demographics down there?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, I think what I'd offer is, and what we've heard from our seniors community, as well as through work of Director Berge, accessibility is always a concern. I think that there's always an opportunity to improve and enhance accessibility, especially in this community, given the, I'll say the conditions that we experience even, out there today. With respect to the park itself, the intent is to enhance those opportunities. Right now, I don't think that the seniors community is able to take advantage of that space as much as they possibly could. There's not a lot of areas to sort of sit. So we certainly, through this project, the intent was to offer greater opportunity for the seniors community, or even those with mobility issues, or even we are a very, very young community. So moms pushing strollers or families pushing strollers, give them the chance to easily do that and take the opportunity to stop and either take in the surroundings or just rest.
Awesome. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through to Brad and you folks. During the consultation process, were all Indigenous groups consulted? And what was their feedback on the park, specifically to Area 1? And was the information presented in regards to this budget ask?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, if you'll allow me, my response is going to be a bit lengthy, but I'll provide it to you.
I'm good.
With respect to our Indigenous communities and partners, letters were sent out to the CIOs, chiefs, and presidents for formal updates on the status of the project itself. Invitations to participate in engagement opportunities were sent out to each community at various points throughout the project. Invitations were sent to the 6 First Nation and 6 Métis communities, Athabasca Tribal Council, the Reconciliation Advisory Circle, local trappers as well that were impacted in the area, Buffalo Wellness Society, elders, knowledge holders, and rural residents. Presentations were delivered to various communities and organizations, which included multiple conversations with the Reconciliation Advisory Circle and Athabasca Tribal Council. Indigenous engagement was structured to be flexible enough to accommodate feedback and adjust engagement tactics based on the input that we received. For example, the inclusion of Indigenous elements in Priority Area 1 as well as Priority Area 2. Sharing circles were structured to receive feedback on Indigenous history, language, and traditional plants and medicines. During the sharing circles, over 30 elders and traditional knowledge keepers were engaged on 3 separate occasions. A walking tour of the area with Indigenous partners was also coordinated on 2 separate occasions, once with the Reconciliation Advisory Circle and once with traditional knowledge holders. Indigenous engagement focused on how the waterfront development process could support truth and reconciliation. An Indigenous curator was contracted to provide input and insight on Indigenous art along the waterfront. An objective of the project was to find the best ways to share stories, history, and celebrate the rich Indigenous culture and tradition through design. An objective of the project was to explore how to best support current and future Indigenous events, such as the Athabasca Tribal Council Festival event. And given the importance of the waterfront and its history, with respect to Moccasin Flats, for example, it was considered vital to ensure appropriate and, most importantly, meaningful engagement had occurred with respect to the project. So that's kind of some of the actions that we took with respect to engagement. I'd be remiss not to thank Director Fraser and Janine Cruz with the Indigenous and Rural Relations Group. They helped steward that process for us, and we're grateful for that.
So there was strong collaboration on this project with the Indigenous groups. Because I know you mentioned Howard Few Park, but I'm going to mention Raphael Cree Park. I know that there's concerns from the Indigenous group on how that played out because the waterfront is very important. And so I guess I have a concern that I don't want to see this project stopped. That's That's where I stand on that. I'm not going to, I see this as for aesthetic improvements, and it also is the drainage. So that drainage would offset some of the costs for operations. Is that correct? It would alleviate some of the costs for the operations.
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, if it was designed properly with proper drainage and the intent was for the events, that would make the area more acceptable to traffic, therefore less damage, less operating.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you again. I just wanted clarification on the total spend for 2022 on this project, if any, and where we are with, as any of the contracts being awarded, what is the status? I see that the budget was 22 million, and of course you are carrying over. So is it all of the initial budget for 2022 is yet untouched, or where are we?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, thank you for the question. Specifically to answer the spend to date, we've, as part of this project, $2.4 million roughly has been spent on the project. We do have additional commitments that have, in by way of $1,415,121 with respect to consultant fees for the consultant that's doing the design, as well as tree clearing, which for Priority Area 1, which hasn't commenced yet.
So about 4 million has been paid, or about 5?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, I would say in total the spend is $2,041,053 is the spend.
And the commitment, about
is
another 1.4?
Yep, $1,415,121. So in total, rough math, I'm going to say approximately 3.5.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, I just need to get clarity because something just didn't make sense during the conversation with Councillor Stroud. Because prior to that, you had indicated this project would require, about $4 million a year, approximately, operational costs. That was new costs. So therefore would be $4 million a year more than we're paying right now. Is that not correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, with any type of capital project, what we're looking at here is the build. You're correct, the total cost of ownership is another factor. When I discuss the FTEs, that's what would be associated to maintain this park. When it comes to dollar value for maintenance, we're looking at maybe, this is all guesstimations based upon previous work. We're looking maybe $400,000 to $500,000 in maintenance. However, when it comes to any type of structure, there's capital maintenance that's got to happen as well, and typically that runs around 8 to 10% of the initial purchase. Yeah. No different than your house, right? You buy your house, it takes so much to heat it, but then after time you got to put in a new water tank, hot washer, dryer. That's kind of where I'm going with that.
And absolutely understand that. It's just the way the conversation went. It sounded like the end of the conversation was going to cost less money if it was built, and in reality, that's not the case. There's still going to be significant costs. Anytime you build something, there's operational costs. So the way it is right now costs X. You build it, it's going to cost X, right? So that's all I wanted to clear up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. Also, I guess maybe a point of clarity relative to Councillor Stroud's questions for the damages that frankly have been experienced for a number of different events that were held down there, and I was certainly privy to it because I went out and inspected it after the fact. But we're saying that if it was properly designed, we wouldn't have that issue, and I can completely agree with that, except for the point that it was properly designed. We're just utilizing it differently. We've made the decision to go in there and host events and allow them on that site because simply said no and there'd be no damage. But we made that decision. So now we're forcing our own hands to improve that site so that we don't have those damages caused. Is that a fair point?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, that would be a fair point. I meant no ill will of previous work that was completed down there with respect to the way it was designed. I would certainly agree with you that the manner in which it was designed was certainly supportive of passive uses. I'll say normal use of a park space like that. Through interest in community events, especially at that particular location. I think that we've added additional pressures on that area. And I think that that is something that has materialized through the Waterfront Advisory Committee's recommendation to council, previous council that is, which was supported to build an all-season event space with utilities and things like that I mentioned earlier, was to recognize that the community wants to host events at this location. It's been successful, and therefore, to accommodate that in future use. That's speaks to the motion that was put forward previously.
Agreed. And I guess to further that, there is a location down there that I can literally throw a softball from where you're standing and land it on the island. And that place is outfitted 100% to host these events, but the vendors choose not to for various reasons. And I'm wondering if there's a synergy that we can work off of there versus, well, we've already got a facility that we can utilize, but we're going to build another that is literally a stone's throw away.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, just for clarity, you're suggesting that Mac Island be the location to host these sorts of events?
Exactly.
It's come up multiple times, so it's a good question. It's a good point. We have worked with RRC to determine whether or not these events could be feasible there. As mentioned previously, they have certain expectations with respect to how events would unfold, liquor licenses and revenues associated with these things. They also provide catering services on site. We have reached out and try to work collaboratively with RRC. They've also been, I'll say, very gracious about responding, but there are elements of the events that we haven't previously been able to completely grapple with, and the event hosts would have or had determined that hosting them at the Mac Island and understanding the circumstances in which RRC operates under would make these events not financially feasible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. I understand that the RRC has an operation model, but council also has an influence in that operation model and can request and work with the RRC to ensure that those amenities are made available to host specific events. It just building on what Councillor Ball said, we have an event space where we've already spent the money for egress, we've already spent the money for field coverage, we've already spent those dollars. And a stone's throw away, we're talking about creating the whole thing all over again because two parties can't work together. Well, we can make it so they can work together, or we can encourage it so that that work can be done, and we can utilize the existing space that's already been bought and paid for, that the taxpayers have already contributed to, rather than creating it again, while maintaining a passive green space, which the community also values and uses regularly as well. That's part of what frustrates me about this project, and the fact that it'll come in $10 million more just for the first stage than it's already budgeted for. So again, I respect that, and you can look at the problem on the island one way, or we can perhaps turn it around and see whether it can be made available in another way. And I'm not sure we've explored all those options. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. This might be a minor fact, but we do have a challenge at Mac Island for parking. Most times when I go down there, it's very difficult. during the golf season, I have to park over near a watershed. It's because the parking lot is full. And we've always had that problem with Mac Island. So that would be a contributing factor, you know, to having a number of events there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to confirm something that Councillor Grandison said, if it is true. Do we as a council have the ability to direct the RRC in the way that they run the facility?
Through the chair, to the extent that the municipality is the single shareholder of the corporation, I suppose it's possible. I think that would be a discussion with their board and their staff. It's probably I don't think we can give you a clear, specific answer about that, but clearly it's a municipally owned facility through a Part 9 corporation. So there is possibility to facilitate that conversation. What the outcome of that may be in terms of meeting the needs and expectations of hosts and organizers, I think that's probably a very much longer conversation.
Right. So if they have a mandate right now that they hold all the concession and liquor sales from events coming in, it's possible that we can have a conversation about them letting outside vendors into.
Through the chair, I guess the easy response to council on a question like that is anything's possible. You certainly saw the presentation from the RRC and their budgets and their capital budgets and their operating budgets, and they are obviously looking on council's behalf, on the municipality's behalf, to maximize revenues. And I think the question was asked, at what point do you become revenue neutral? And so that's the focus. And so this would move in an opposite direction to that. But again, I would say that anything's possible. But again, that's a longer discussion that I don't think we can give you clear answers about here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to respond to Councillor Weigel's question and stuff. In a micro picture, we're talking about perhaps those costs going up, but in a big picture, are we really? If we're talking $41 million to do this project, we can perhaps say it's $100,000 to host it at Mac Island. That's a lot of years of hosting. The difference between $100,000 and $41 million. So you can look at the little picture and say, yep, their price might go up by $100,000, but in the big picture, the price might go down by $41 million. You can't just look at it in one piece. And in reference to the other, I was on the board of Mac Island privately, not as a councillor, for 4 years. And there wasn't one board meeting where the conversation about what's council's will as the direction of how that organization works, just as part of the answer to your question.
It's not in response to, sorry, through the chair, not in response to Councillor Grandison, but I think I just want to draw council's focus back to the broader picture of this particular project. We're focusing on a couple of very large events, potentially. Those could be moved, and council could give a real clear direction that, this is not intended as an event space, and so events won't be scheduled there. And that's for council's direction. And those organizers would have to look for other opportunities, and we could help support that discussion with the RRC and Mac Island. Clearly, the engagement and the process behind this project was aimed at a much broader set of responses to reconciliation, responses to community interest and need, and support of council's previous council and this council's focus on downtown revitalization. And it's a significant commitment. There's no question about that. But I just want to, this isn't a discussion about two large events. It's broader than that. But certainly, again, we're looking for council's direction on the project as part of the capital plan.
Thank you, CEO. Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the discussion so far. I just want to verbalize that I think we need the space. We need to carry out those cultural events and different events at the space. And I was at the Athabasca Tribal Cultural Event, and it's a beautiful place. But I just don't know that we need a gold-plated place to carry out those things. And Councillor Weigel asked about the who is responsible or held accountable for destructions or misuse of the space. I wouldn't say we shouldn't go ahead to ensure that we make the place usable and good enough. But I think the entire amount that we are talking about and versus the value that it brings to the community is just what is challenging, especially right now with the economy that we are all facing, not only in RMWB, but the entire world. I think it's gold-plated, it's tough for us. And I appreciate the former council. Maybe they took the decision when all was good, everything was flowing, but we are in a different environment as of today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Councillor Bussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to presenters, given that we're talking about the waterfront and now all of a sudden an event center down at the SNI, so if a vendor comes in and wants to utilize that space for the weekend, what is the charge?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier's, essentially they would apply for a special event permit. I believe the cost for that permit is $250. Effectively, we are, I'll add, we are currently working on redoing that entire process. We are currently looking at requiring securities to be part of that process for larger scale events. Of course, we don't want to hinder the opportunity for families to host birthday parties and things like that, just normal events that would typically occur at these parks. But for the large scale events, we are looking at other ways to ensure that for a lack of a better way of describing it, there's more skin in the game for the event hosts to be more accountable and responsible for the manner in which they use the space.
Okay, through the chair to Brad again. So let's say I come to you tomorrow wanting to host an outdoor concert down at the SNI. What would it cost?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussiers, I believe the fee for the permit itself is $250. In some instances with events, we've provided further administrative support, which I simply couldn't fully capture, but we provide services such as garbage pickup. In certain events, we've provided other services with respect to, I'll even say, roads and closures and things like that. I don't have a number for, I'll say, the full comprehensive cost, but in terms of the permit fee itself, that's what it would effectively be.
And then if unfortunately the area gets beat up, destroyed, you come after me after the fact to try to seek reimbursement for damages occurred. Yeah, and I'm free to do my own liquor license and all that good stuff.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussiers, that's correct.
So there's reasons people want to go there instead of Mac Island. I mean, like,
through the chair to Councillor Bussiers, yeah, I would say that Athabasca Tribal Council in particular, our understanding through the engagement with them is they wouldn't have any interest in hosting an event at Mac Island. Part of the respectfully, part of the essence of their event is to be close to the water. In addition to that, simply being able to be on soil and the soil that's there and the history that soil has is incredibly important for their event. I'm probably not doing them any justice in describing that, but that's our understanding through the engagement that's occurred. So,
and I wasn't really focusing on that event itself. It's just other vendors the opportunity to present a business case to host something there is much more profitable than going to McDonald Island or the other places, right? So
Through the chair to Councilor Bussiers. Yeah, my apologies. I misunderstood the question. That is correct.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You talk about the cultural festival and just the significance of moccasin flats. My apologies. As we know, the engagement only usually captures a part of the essence. Is there, I guess my question ends up going to Director Fraser. Is there any, are you aware of any outside conversation about the importance of the waterfront? Are you hearing any feedback in a negative way, positive way, from the Indigenous communities on an outside scale for outside of the engagement?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, thanks for the question. And yeah, if we go back and take a look at the ATC Cultural Fest that they've had for the last couple years, this past fall was the most successful that there was in regards to really inviting the whole community, the Indigenous community, non-Indigenous community, and I was part of that. And one of the things they want to do is even expand more and have it even bigger, involving industry and that. Anybody that was down there, if you take a look at the teepees that were down there, the tents that were down there, the events that they had down there was quite significant. Now, upon talking to the president after a while and some of the going forward, they would like to even expand that down along the Snai. That's what's known as Moccasin Flats. So going back to Mac Island, it's really not appropriate to put teepees in the pavement or the amount of tents that they have there. That is one area that they would have concern with, and rightly so. And secondly, that Snai, that whole point, there's so much history, there's so much culture there. If you recall, probably 2 or 3 weeks ago, we had the tour down there, and we had a curator talking about the history there. So sometimes we look at this in the present, here and now, in what we're trying to do. Now, I totally respect the will of council on how we move forward there, but I would be remiss if we didn't really take a look at the history there, the culture, and moving forward, because there was a day, and I've seen pictures there was a day, that, and not all that long ago, where that was an Indigenous meeting place. And, it's close to the water, which means a lot. There's a being on the soil to make fires and that type of thing. So this goes back decades. This goes back hundreds of years. And I think sometimes as a region, maybe as an organization, we forget that what the Snai means to Indigenous peoples in this area.
Thank you. And I guess a broader picture, outside of the one festival, obviously we could create a space that would work that. The conversation in the Indigenous community, is there worry that with the modernization, like the way, if they've looked at what we want to do, is the modernization of that area felt disrespectful? Are they excited about, the waterfront plan? Are they highly outside of that one festival? Or are they excited about the improvement, or where do they lie with that?
As an organization, we have learned as we go along the importance of engagements, consultation. And I recall about two and a half years ago when I came back here and heard about the waterfront, and there was a real lack of engaging the Indigenous communities. And I could see that there was going to be a challenge with that. But, that has been righted along the way. As Director McMurdo has said, that, he very eloquently covered the engagement piece, the RAC, the sharing circle. So there's been considerable engagements that have been done in the past while.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Dogar?
Sir, thank you for giving me a chance. Thank you. It's a very good presentation. A lot of efforts have been put up by the administration. You have burnt midnight oil for the knowledge and comfort of the community, but we are discussing it, and that would be certainly fruitful. I see quite millions are spent here, about 40 millions. So, parks or recreation, facilities are not the necessities. It is the layer or recreation last. First thing is the basic essentials and the necessities like education, like medical. Have we all covered those? And just saying that they are provincial subjects is not all that sufficient. We should be giving more attention towards those. And for the recreation facilities, have we consulted Mac Island Chief that is it overcrowded or already facilities are available for the community to enjoy that? And if at all we have to do some park, we can extend the Sinai park, and that would be quite okay. This is what I feel. Have we consulted, sir, the Mac Chief?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, I can't speak to whether or not RRC specifically was engaged as part of the process. I simply don't have that information. I'd be happy to report back. What I can say is through continued conversation with RRC with respect to specifically special events, we've certainly had that dialogue with them over, I'd say, or certainly over the last 2 years. With respect to recreational facilities, certainly I don't think it's the intent to duplicate facilities, but I would argue that the Waterfront Park was intended to provide outdoor recreational facilities, something that's not offered at McDonald Island, as well as coupled into that, there's certainly all the cultural and historical elements. There were other projects that are part of this as well. To celebrate the rich Indigenous history, which respectfully isn't necessarily at the forefront of RRC or McDonald Island. So I offer that in response to your question. If I've missed anything, please let me know.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Are there any other questions from council? I'm still stuck on the $3 million for Causeway Flowers. Sorry, I know we've been discussing the Waterfront project, but with that, isn't a lot of that property there provincial land where the encampment is now?
Through the chair to the mayor, that is correct. A good portion of that would be provincially owned land. We do have I'll describe it as a caretaker's lease. So we do have the ability to improve the area in the sense of its aesthetic. Certainly not, the intent of the lease is not to allow for any formalized development or construction, but certainly to beautify and enhance that area for sure. That's within the scope of that lease.
So my issue with it is, like I said, it's one of the most well taken care of roadways we have. It's always flowers. It always looks good. But if we put $3 million into it and we can't stop anybody from moving in, I don't know if the value is there to do any more there. If we have no jurisdiction to whoever wants to, as you said, it's provincial land. There's not much we can do when it comes to that causeway. So yeah, that's my question is, if we do this improvement, is it going to change the aesthetics that are there now as far as we put $3 million into that causeway and somebody moves in there next week and puts in a trailer and that sort of thing, and there's nothing we can do.
Through the chair to the mayor, I think the part of the $3 million spend or budget for that area was also intended to enable additional access to the water. With respect to how far that $3 million will get you in terms of beautification, I would maybe turn that over to Director Smith to talk about maybe what that looks like in addition to what's already there. With respect to the current encampment that's occurring, we continue to work with the province on that. It is a challenge as we are not the landowner, but we will continue to have those conversations. But your point is well received.
Through the chair to the mayor, this is an excellent question. And as I said before, this is included in P2. So the engagement that we do will inform how we construct that area. You have to recall there's going to be, amenities, trails, but also at the same time there's going to be a memorial there or any type of infrastructure there to recognize the great culture of that area. At the end of the day, just because we have $3 million budget, that don't mean we have to spend the $3 million. So if it comes back through public engagement, through your direction, through anything like that, it may come back under budget. It doesn't mean that we have to spend the $3 million, but engagement will inform what we do in that area.
Thank you, Keith. I appreciate that. Oh, I'm not sure if you would know, Brad, when was that causeway put in? What year?
Through the chair to the mayor, I don't have the exact date. Chris Davis will be poking me because I know he's talked about it many times. I'd be happy to share that information. Councillor Ball might be correct. I know it is quite some time ago. And aside from the caretaker's lease, there's also a lease that allows the municipality that access for the causeway as well, which I missed initially in responding to your question. So I'd be happy to follow up with all the mayor and council with that information.
Okay, maybe a question before Dennis, IRR. Dennis, is there any cultural significance to that causeway if it was put in there in 1968?
Through the chair to the chair, no, there wouldn't be because Moggs and Flats predates the causeway.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for that clarification. So this funding, this $3 million, is just for McDonald Island, like going from McDonald Island to Hardin Street or Franklin. Yep.
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, the $3 million is essentially to go from the existing bridges that cross the Athabasca River, and then it would stretch across to the I'll refer to it as the informal road access that is on the other side of the Snai, and then the ball diamonds are on the other side of that. That's essentially the stretch, and it also includes the interpretive trail as well.
Oh, so it's really from McDonald Island going down to the Snai and Athabasca.
It's essentially from the one side of the Snai to the bridges that cross the Athabasca. So it's that stretch of land there.
Okay. Thank you.
Through the chair to the chair, just maybe clarification on that. The actual causeway itself, there is no significance to it, but right wherever the riverbank used to be there from the Snai, where it goes to the Athabasca, that's where the adhesion to Treaty 8 was signed in 1899, and that's coming from some of the elders in the region. So that area, wherever the bank was at the time, that's where the treaty was signed, on the bank there.
Right, and was that on the Mac Island side or on our side?
It was our side.
Right.
On well,
yes,
this side.
Yeah, not the island. Yeah. Thank you, Dennis. I'm trying to respect time. I'm going to just do a 10-minute break now, being 10:30, and we'll come back in 10 minutes. If I'd have council take their seats, we can resume the meeting. Thank you, everyone. We can reconvene the meeting. Does anyone have any more questions for Brad, Amanda, or Keith? Councillor Weigel?
Oh, sorry.
Nope. Does anyone besides Councillor Weigel have any questions? I'm not seeing any. Any councillor wish to bring forward any motions relative to these items? Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. I'd like to bring forward a motion that the Waterfront Park Project 2023 capital budget reference 23017 be canceled. That administration expend the required funds from the approved 2022 capital budget to close out the contract and compensate the contractors for any amounts legally owing for goods and services already provided in relation to this project, and that the flood mitigation project move forward in the absence of the Waterfront project.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Anyone like to second that motion? Councillor Dogar?
I second that motion.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Councillor Grandison, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would. There's a couple of reasons I'm suggesting this. I think it's been evident that costs of everything right now are going up, and I think our focus needs to be on flood mitigation and the required work and expenses related to flood mitigation as a priority. We need to take care of our infrastructure and our citizens first, and then we need to make the community pretty and usable after the fact. I'm not suggesting that this project go away forever. I'm suggesting that it be canceled as it exists right now, and that we revisit it again once the flood mitigation has been dealt with. I think there's sufficient evidence to suggest that not only costs are continuing to rise, but do we have the capacity internally? Do we have the capacity externally with contractors and everything else? Let's get the flood mitigation done. Let's make sure we're taking care of our infrastructure and our citizens first, and then come back to visit this. I think that we've already had a number of conversations. I absolutely at no point in time would ever believe that the ATC cultural event should be anywhere other than where it is. We have one of the most used and beautiful passive green spaces in our region right now down there, and I think it can continue to function as it is until such time as we can revisit it. So that's the rationale behind the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, sir. I have already given my reasons, and further to what my colleague, Councillor Alan Grandson said, we must prioritize it differently towards the residents. One sentence I would like to object, and that is that it is, this park is also for residents, for recreation purpose. We have to prioritize within, according to the budget, and basic essentials, most necessity things like education, like health, what all we can do it. And also, if we have to go for recreation purpose, some small resorts may be constructed, made, planned on the lakes. There are so many lakes outside towards Lakla Beach. That could be thought, that could be planned. But here in the town, we are okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through to Councillor Grandison. So are you, in your motion, are you canceling the whole waterfront project or the $3 million for the causeway?
I don't know how it's referenced in terms of, in my mind, it's the $3 million and the SNI project combined.
And the waterfront.
And the waterfront combined.
Okay, yeah, I follow you now. It's both.
If I could get the CLO to clarify that, what that motion is?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through the chair. Right now, the motion references 017 in our capital project listing. I believe the MIP Green Space, McDonald Drive Green Space, is reference number 025. If the intent of the motion is to include the McDonald Drive Green Space, then we'd need to make mention of that specifically within the motion as well.
Can I amend my motion to add in what's that number?
025.
To add in the reference of 025, the $3 million for the causeway, whatever it's called.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. I would sever those two, to be honest with you. They're not the same project. In light of your motion, it seems to me that, and to my understanding, and maybe we can get some clarification from administration, flood mitigation was added to this project after the fact, after it was already approved to be a park construction project. Is that true?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, that is correct.
So that being said, I believe obviously flood mitigation should take place. I don't support canceling the park project. I'll say that up front. I believe that we need to maybe take a step back and re-examine what our priorities are relative to developing that waterfront. Some of the TRC components should certainly be included and move forward on those. They're quite small entities within that structure, but canceling the entire thing in its, from start to finish doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, and I won't support that.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the chair, I would support what Councillor Ball said, to sever the two as two separate items, as well as in light of obviously the increased bid amount, to take a look at that extra fluctuation just to see where that could go, and to relook at the full amount and what it would cost. But yeah, I also agree not to cancel the waterfront project and to sever both so they can be two separate items, because I would be in agreement of canceling the $3,000 for the causeway. So, thank you. Or $3 million. Yeah, 3,000. A couple blades of grass. Thanks.
3,000 I can do. Councillor Grandison?
I'm following the direction of if they're two separate projects, so just leave the motion for the $3 million one separate then, and somebody else could make that motion if they choose to, and I'll keep this motion as it is right now.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Yes, I definitely agree to sever the $3 million. It has nothing to do with, in my mind, with the Indigenous traditional history in our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. But I think the motion, if you can read the motion again, Councillor Grandison, so he separated it so it had. So you want to read the motion again? So
the motion is that the Waterfront Project 2023 capital budget reference 23-017 be canceled, that administration expend the required funds from the approved 2022 capital budget to close out the contracts, compensate contractors for any amounts legally owed for goods and services already provided in relation to the project, and that the flood mitigation project move forward in the absence of the Waterfront Park project.
thank you, Councillor Grandison. I just want to make it clear that this is the Waterfront project and not the $3 million for the McDonald Causeway. Thank you. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I believe that Mark Island serves a completely different purpose to the Waterfront Park. So I believe we should keep the Waterfront Park, but not to spend millions of dollars to make it look aesthetics. We need to continue to have that park. And I asked a question earlier on about how much has been spent to date and what is the commitment. I also wouldn't support that we waste any dollars. If there's any work that has already been done, can we do a thorough analysis and take an informed decision? Referring to the cancellation completely. If by canceling we are losing money or we've already done 80-90% of X part of the project and it's safe and good to go, then maybe we need to look at the whole components and say, okay, for this one we're almost done, and all of that, and not throw the baby out with the bad water. So let's check it out and let's make an informed decision. That's what I'm asking. I'm not an engineer, but where are we with the dollars that we spent, and where are we with the project? As at now, we can hold a cultural show there even today, if not for the code. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. Councilor Weigel?
So, sorry, from back to the chair. Is there any comment about what I said, or can they respond? Or
Yeah.
Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko. Pardon me. As mentioned previously, the spend to date is $2,041,053. That includes some maintenance and some, I'll say, upkeep that with respect to some brushing and stuff along the waterfront, as well as some design costs for Priority Area 1, includes engagement. So it includes all elements that have occurred in order to design Priority Area 1. But we haven't commenced any physical work on Priority Area 1, with the exception of, like I mentioned, some of the I'll refer to as maintenance work that Mr. Director Keith Smith's team has completed. Okay. What I will say with respect to your comments, we have a current we have motions from the previous council which instruct administration to plan for or design for a designated outdoor space, including supporting utilities with appropriate facilities. And so what our goal is here today certainly would be to gain perspective on what this council's goals are with respect to what they would like to see in the waterfront. Okay. And we very much like to align ourselves with that.
Thank you. So there are no awarded contracts that need to be cancelled with consequences to pay off the contractors, correct?
Through the chair to Councilor Benjoko, we do have a contract with the firm that's looking after all the design, so we would have to understand what that looks like. Okay. In terms of what any expenses through a cancellation would be. So we don't have that at this point in time, but we'd have to look at that.
Okay, thank you, but it doesn't sound like it will be major if it's...
I'd be, through the chair to Councilor Majoko, I'd be hesitant to comment on beyond the fact that we would have to look into that further.
And get back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair, I think to Director Smith, I believe, we're talking about two things here. Flood mitigation. What does flood mitigation timeline look like if we cancel the project? What does it look like? Because I know it was part of the project. And what does it look like if we delay the design of a new project? Where's that? And I know that we talked about flood mitigation yesterday, and our focus is 2024, even though we've discussed that a little bit. Where would flood mitigation lie within that timeline?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, I'm not in a position to give timelines regarding flood mitigation. That would be more associated with engineering. But I can absolutely let you know that with this park, there would be synergies with flood mitigation. tied together. So flood mitigation is built into this park moving forward, but I can't give you timelines. If this park was delayed, what it would mean to flood mitigation or moved forward, I don't have that information.
May I ask engineering?
I'll just through the chair, with the motion as it stands, if the flood mitigation was to move forward as a separate project outside of the park, there is additional work in terms of specific design and going to market for those works that would occur. Whether it has a dramatic impact on the overall completion flood mitigation schedule, I don't think we could comment on that today. We wouldn't know that until somewhere down the road, but it does add effectively another separate mitigation project into the schedule.
Okay, thank you. And no, that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Ball.
Okay, thank you through the chair. And just maybe to touch a little bit more on what Councillor Weigel was talking about. I think I know where you're going with that. Right now we have a park our priority area 1 is 100% design tender ready because we've already tendered it. I'd like to understand what the potential is for simply taking that set of drawings, stripping it down, taking out some of the high dollar items like moving a road, adding a park, adding irrigation, lighting. There's a lot of amenities in that design that frankly cost a lot of money. If we're able to frankly water the project down a little bit, keep the flood mitigation components within it, it might be a fairly simple exercise and come in at a much lower cost and keep us on track. Is that fair to say?
I'm going to make a comment about, sort of through the chair to Councillor, in terms of keeping us on track. I think what it would require probably is twofold. Clearly some new design work and work from the consultant team may also have an impact on some of the engagement discussions that have happened. I think council might have an interest in ensuring that whatever changes still align with those engagements. So in terms of keeping the project on track, I think it will delay the project going forward.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Boussier.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm totally confused now. I don't know what to ask. After our CEO spoke, I believe we need to continue with the waterfront. Flood mitigation is definitely a priority. That needs to be done. I think Councillor Stroud and myself and Councillor McGrath were talking about flood mitigation in 13 and 14 with rural water and sewer, and still none of these jobs are completed. I can't swallow the ask of the waterfront. That's what I struggle with through the chair to Mr. McMurdo. I think the cultural and the historical part and the Indigenous components are an absolute must, but I also side with Councillor Ball that can we go back and take out some of the heavy items, and again, no disrespect to you, Brad, but you'll be the one I pick on, but sometimes I think we do things like Councillor Grant said, they're agenda driven, and sometimes I think maybe egos get in our way, and we want to drive these projects, the cost them up, and I don't know if it's resume building, and certainly don't take this personal, I was in charge of a $40 million waterfront project when we could maybe do it for $20 million, but it looks good. I just think, we need to start to right size the vision of our projects. I mean, we overspent in Mac Island. I mean, we built a CFL field, and last time I checked, I don't think we're getting a CFL team. And we do these projects and we just continue to focus on the spend, I think, and not be fiscally responsible to our taxpayers. So how easy is it to go back and say, we want to take it from a 40 million project to a 10 million or 20 million, but keeping the components of the Indigenous and the culture and the history that is in that area.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier. No offense taken at all. Certainly appreciate your comments. With respect to essentially descoping elements of the project, we'd have to take that back. I echo CAO Thorkelson's comments with respect to what that looks like. We'd need to fully appreciate any any implications with respect to engagement, certainly with our Indigenous partners who are deeply engaged on the project. What I will add with respect to, for example, priority area 1, if we were looking at greening up the area, so putting sod down in areas that otherwise require some additional attention, our quotes that came back were anywhere from $4.6 to $6 million to simply put grass down. So that doesn't account for any of the other elements that we've designed for, so lighting along the pathway, the irrigation system and things like that, which we've talked about earlier. I'm happy to take that back and go through that exercise, but I think it's important for everyone to know that just simply putting grass down is a costly exercise in itself.
Through the chair to Brad, I mean, many of us were here for the 77 flood and the 2020 flood and the 97 flood, and we recognize the damage that the ice causes. Like, is that taken into consideration when we're doing these projects? Like, do we adjust our spend recognizing that a lot of this equipment or amenities could be wiped out with the ice in the following year? Like,
through the chair to Councillor Bussiers, this was a concern that the previous council had raised as well. In terms of any form of design, they wanted to make sure that the design was well considered with respect to potential future damage from ice flow. That is, I think, what's illustrated in some of the costs. So, for example, with respect to lighting, all the lighting and all the electrical cabling is run through conduit, which proves to be certainly expensive. It's not simply just buried in an open trench as you might find elsewhere. In addition to that, the lighting itself is placed on concrete pedestals. The intent there is to prevent what had happened in 2020, whereby the solar lights that were along that pathway are essentially just wiped out. So the intent is to put a more robust system in place to withstand future flood events. Likewise, the irrigation system was designed in a manner in which it would be able to withstand, based on design, the impacts of future flood events. There was a ice impact study completed as part of the design by Thurber Engineering, and so that fed into some of the design elements that I've just touched on.
I know you, through the chair, I know you and I spoke briefly. I mean, is the underground irrigation required? Like, I don't know anything about that. Like, is it something that, like, there's a cost associated with that? Is it something that we could take out of the budget and save, a few dollars there and things like that? So instead of continuing on, I guess at the end of the day, can we move forward with flood mitigation and continue to work or redesign or rescope or reprice without, like, we can't hold up flood mitigation. It's been 7, 8, 9 years.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussiers, certainly we would have to take that back. Again, I would echo remarks by CAO Thorkelson. I think I'd be premature in providing any comments on what that may look like today, but we could certainly take that back and appreciate what the implications are and what the opportunities are as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. And for clarification, 21 million was already budgeted and passed 2022 and prior. This year, there's actually no ask. And moving forward, 24 to 2028 is 9 million. So the total for the project right now is 30 million. So we're kind of going around the room we're talking 40, 41 million. But what's actually in the capital project on the budget here is 9 million between 2024 and 2028.
Through the chair to the mayor, that's correct. What we understand, though, is through our tendering process or RFP process, we understand that the bids came back much higher than what was initially budgeted for. So our pre-tender estimates came in line with the budget alignment, albeit the budget alignment was supposed to be for the full scope of the park. But our estimates did come in just below the $30 million mark, $29.5 million if I'm not mistaken. But the reality is that the cost to actually deliver the park as designed is higher than the $30 million that's budgeted.
Okay, and we're thinking another 8 million. Is that?
Through the chair to the mayor, that is correct.
Okay, yeah, so then it would be 21 million has already been approved and budgeted for in previous budgets. Nothing this year in 2024, 2028, probably 17 million, moving it to a $38 million project.
Through the chair, pending direction from council, that could potentially be an outcome. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. I've looked at a lot of numbers so far this week, so I'm just making sure we're all on the same page.
I think it's also important that the numbers that through Mr. Mayor to Mr. Mayor, those numbers are assuming it's the entire project as it's stood at the outset. And if there's a rescoping for just a portion of it, those numbers still may change. But there were budget numbers in 2002, and as you pointed out, there is no capital request for this year. But there depending on the scope of the project and the direction we receive from council, there may be additional budget requests in subsequent years.
Okay, thank you, Theo Thorkelson. So, yeah, so that was kind of where I was going with that this budget that's here right now, we're getting in front of us, is for the whole Waterfront Park project.
Through the chair to the mayor, it's for the full design of Priority Area 1. It does not include Priority Area 2. The original intent was to for the $30 million to span the full waterfront, Priority Area 1, Priority Area 2. There was a decision at one point in time by leadership to pivot and include the full budget for Priority Area 1.
Thank you. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to point, just because of the way the conversations are going, when the project or the budget was, when the tender was canceled, whatever that's called, we already delayed. So, like, we're talking about delays. It was delayed the minute we didn't approve it or didn't apply more money to it in a water contract. That delay's already occurred. This isn't creating another one. It's already there. And going back, and one of the reasons I did this is going back, again, I just want to be clear about this. It was partially to do with capacity and everything else within our organization. Going back and scaling it down and going through that whole process is putting additional work and stress on to our administration and everything else. And I think the priority needs to be flood mitigation, and that's where all efforts should be right now, to protect our infrastructure and our citizens. And diluting this, it's already delayed. So no matter what, looking at how to get the flood mitigation up and going as quickly as possible, if that's a priority, I think that's essentially where this is coming from. I just want to be clear about it again.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor McGrath? Are you on mute, Councillor McGrath? There you are. Hawaii.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's probably the best time anybody's ever heard me.
I think you're frozen, Councillor McGrath.
You just get the original.
Sorry, Councillor McGrath, you're breaking up. We're not really hearing you.
I got a bad connection. That's okay. I don't want to hold it for me, sir. I got a bad connection.
You're good now.
Okay, so I'm just wondering at some point, Jordan, before the final budget day, would somebody come back with the original price and estimate from reach 1 to reach 6 to see what it is today? If somebody can come back with that, I guess that's the request of administration. And on the topic of parks, the park on Franklin right now, is that open? It looks nice and stuff.
Yes, the Keon Park's open.
Okay. Thank you. And yeah, if somebody could, through the chair to the mayor, if somebody could give us the original number for the, I believe it was 298 all through the Clearwater Drive. If somebody could come back with that number.
Yeah, I've made a note of that. So when
We don't have
when we get up to engineering, I'll ask that question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Dogar?
Thank you very much, sir, for giving me the chance. It's just a point, as I heard, if I've heard rightly to CEO, that Milder Lake is one of the priorities. And if it is so, it is an excellent idea. 80% people drive our residents to for any recreation purpose to Edmonton, Calgary. They can always 5-10 minutes stop there and refresh their memories and rest there for a while. This is an excellent idea, and also a mechanical shop or a fuel station is there. That would be probably a life-saving thing also. Secondly, that, something is said that it is for residents. Everything is for residents. Whether it is a park, whether it is a school, whether it's education, nothing is for council, So you rest assured that money is spent rightly, but priorities may differ according to the minds. About dollars, millions. Today what million is, tomorrow that may not be, because certain variables come up while doing the things, practical doing things, certain variables change. And also as the taxes are being raised, carbon tax and so many, prices are going to still go higher, and probably it would not be all that comfortable in these budgets also. Additional budgets should be asked later. That's my point of view. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Councilor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. I guess I just want to summarize some of this a little bit and maybe point out the obvious glaring issue. If we cancel this project, yeah, there's going to be delays on flood mitigation because you're going to go after or hire a consultant and redesign it, and eventually you'll tender it and you'll award it. So there's a delay. No different than if we somewhat redesign what's currently on paper. There's a bit of a delay. They're probably fairly equal in time. But if we cancel this project, I'd like to know where Councillor Grandison is going to get the funding, because there will be no money in the project to build the flood mitigation that he wants to put as a priority, because it's built into this project. So we'll have to bring forward another project, approve that for flood mitigation only. So it makes most sense to me to defeat Councillor Grandison's motion and simply revise the scope of work and ask administration to come back to us with maybe a watered down version or a simplified version of a bit of a park space, as well as completing the flood mitigation, because we all know that's a priority. My suggestion.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. And just for clarification, Brad or Keith or Amanda, in the, we're going to say 17 million instead of 9 million, in the additional 17 million, is the cost of flood mitigation that's going to be taking place in the project included in that price?
Through the chair, pardon me, through the chair to the mayor. The cost of flood mitigation, my understanding is in addition to the actual 38 million that was the number that we're using. What I will say is that by incorporating flood mitigation into the Waterfront project, there was, I'll say, synergies that were identified. Ultimately, our understanding, and I would appreciate being corrected by Acting Director Nasir with respect to the cost for those sections. Our understanding is anywhere from 10.5 to $12 million. But if the synergies are realized, then that brings those costs down to about $5 to $7 million.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Councillor Strad?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through to the presenters. Does priority one include the Indigenous components in relation to truth and reconciliation? Because it sounds like we're just going to do priority one.
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, it certainly does.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. And does it also include the flood mitigation that we see the savings on?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, priority area 1, as designed, would include elements of flood mitigation, both surface treatment to bring up the elevation to the 250.9 elevation, which I also understand is an ongoing conversation, but it also includes underground treatments as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Any other questions, comments, or debate points? Councillor McGrath?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. My hand up. I have a question.
You're breaking up, Councillor McGrath. Can't really hear you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I just left my hand up, so I'll take it down.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of council? Comments or debate points? I'm not seeing any, so we can call for a vote. Do you want to read the motion again, Councillor Grandison, just to clarify?
That the Waterfront Park Project 2023 capital budget reference 23017 be cancelled, that administration expend the required funds from the approved 2022 capital budget to close out the contracts and compensate contractors for any amounts legally owed for goods or services already provided in relation to the project, and that the flood mitigation project move forward in the absence of the Waterfront project.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Have a clarification. That's reference number 017 and not reference number 025 for the upgrades to the McDonald Park Drive. So I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And Councillor McGrath?
For?
How do you vote, in favor or against?
Vote in favor.
Thank you. So that is defeated with 3 in favor. Oh, sorry. Against?
I still need to make sure. Sorry.
Good now. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I don't know if it's too late to still comment that they go back. And
We've already voted. Did you want to make another motion?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so
Go ahead.
This motion was defeated, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if you can give me that paper so I can borrow the language. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, once this is done. So the
Just through the chair to council, I know there's quite a bit of discussion going on amongst members of council, and so as it stands right now, the Waterfront Park project would continue. We have budget in place. It's a capital project. What would be helpful for council, given the defeating of the cancellation of the project, is some direction from council about the expectations of that project going forward. If it is a kind of redesign at a high level or a deep level, that would be helpful for staff to understand. And that would allow us to continue the project through this year and get something to market and get something built. As it stands now, we would want to move forward with priority area 1 under the funding that has been approved previously, and with the expectation that there would be an additional request in funding for next year.
Thank you for the clarification, CEO Thorberson. Yeah, doesn't it be now? Councillor Weigel?
I'd like to make a motion to cancel the $3,000 for, sorry, $3 million. I keep on doing that. My apologies. I'll start again. My apologies. That unplugged. That the McDonald's Drive Green Space 2023 capital budget reference 23-2. Whoa, this is a morning. My apologies. That the McDonald Drive Green Space 2023 capital budget reference 23-025 be canceled.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Can someone second that motion? Councillor Benjoko?
I was going to move the motion that they go back to
okay, this
design
one we're
and
on.
scale that
Yeah,
down.
we'll go back to that. Right now we're on Councillor Weigel's motion. Okay, seconded by Councillor Stroud. Okay, Councillor Weigel, do you have any comments to address that motion?
Just due to the responsibility of the causeway being of the province, and that none of the project in itself has anything to do with truth and reconciliation, that it just, at this point in time, it does not seem like a priority space when we could use that money in something like the Waterfront project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. And I agree, it looks, our Parks Department does an amazing job right now taking care of that area. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, sir, for giving me a chance. Very rightly brought out by CAO that there would be further study or improvement, and some improvement could be there. The original motion has already become a little debatable, so I hope that we do more study on it and try to improve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Are there any other questions, comments, or debate points for Councillor Weigel's motion? I'm not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Councillor McGrath?
For.
Thank you. And against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Are there any other motions in relation to this item? Do you want to just do it later? Okay. Is there any other questions or questions for Brad, Amanda, or Keith? I'm not seeing any, so thank you. I'd like to now invite Chief Jody Butts, Regional Fire Chief and Director of Emergency Management and Regional Emergency Services, to present.
Good morning. Mayor and councillors, my name is Jody Butts, and I'm the Regional Fire Chief and Director of Emergency Management. I'm pleased to present the Regional Emergency Services proposed 2023 capital budget. Regional Emergency Services proposed 2023 capital budget is $3,642,000 over 4 capital projects. 2 of them are related to vehicle and transportation, totaling approximately $462,000. And while categorized as transportation, the remaining 2 projects are related to the safety of our firefighters and paramedics, totaling the remaining $3.18 million. Our first project is the RES is requesting $2.9 million to replace our self-contained breathing apparatus for our firefighters, otherwise known as the SCBA. Approval of this proposed funding will allow for the complete changeout of SCBA in all 7 of our fire departments. The industry standard requires a maximum 15-year life cycle of the SCBA due to the extremely critical safety element this equipment provides. The profession of emergency services is constantly investing in improvements to the safety of our responders. SCBA is a critical safety equipment that supplies a firefighter with breathable air while in hazardous conditions. You will find SCBA in all response vehicles to make available if needed. Our regional emergency services model often results in RES members from the multiple fire departments in the region to converge onto an emergency scene together. The interoperability of SCBA is an important factor in successfully supporting the safety of our responders. Along with interoperability between departments, a one-time renewal of our SCBA offers opportunity to go to market, inviting other manufacturers to bid and take advantage of advancements in technology. Our second project, RES is requesting $340,000 to replace an ambulance. Replacing 1 ambulance each year supports our replacement strategy in maintaining a fleet of 8 ambulances. The RMWB's obligation to meet the terms of the AHS Ground Ambulance Agreement in providing EMS services throughout the Wood Buffalo region. RES, on the third project, the RES is requesting $280,000 for the purchase of a powered ambulance cots and securing mechanisms inside the ambulances. Paramedics caring for and transporting patients experience high incidence rates of career-limiting work-related injury from repetitive lifting. The addition of the powered ambulance cots will provide our paramedics with safer working conditions with an expected reduction in back-related injuries, leading to the reduction in lost time injury claims. From a statistical perspective, a broader scope throughout the EMS profession, data shows the use of powered stretchers reduced the work-related injuries due to repetitive lifting by 78%. It is from an injury prevention and work time loss perspective, it is likely that 100% of the cost may be recovered within the service life of the powered cots. Our final project, RES is requesting $122,000 to replace 2 light fleet vehicles. These are life cycle replacements. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Chief Butts. Do you have any questions from council? I have one question to start. The mechanical lifts, Chief, is that for all the ambulances or just the new one?
Through the chair to Mayor Bowman, so we have 8 ambulances, so very good question. We, knowing that we cycle the ambulances out, every 1 ambulance every year, and to get the most value out of these powered cots, we are going to transition starting with 5 and then include the powered cots on new ambulances in the capital fund.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. The other question is, where did you get 2 light trucks for 60 grand each? That's a good deal. Just personal. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, for a friend. Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through to the presenters. Is ambulances themselves, are they normally a municipal cost?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, yes, they have been. The capital cost is through the municipality.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, presenters. Always extremely happy to see uniformed people. Thank you what all you have been doing for the community. at the cost of your own lives risking. Only I have to pay this tribute to you. Sir, I recommend to everybody to respect them and acknowledge and hear to their demands. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and I respect your mandate and the work that you do for us. Thank you. I was just wondering if there is any scrap value to these vehicles when they are scrapped or when they are being replaced. Any scrap value? That's one, and that was. Other than that, I don't think I.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjenko, there is an opportunity for talking about the SCBA for the when we go to RFP process for some of the vendors to allow a trade-in process to be incorporated in it, but we won't know for sure until that process is done.
Yeah. Thank you. That's my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Benjoko. Are there any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Would any council like to make a motion in relation to this item? I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much. Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite Keith Smith, Director of Public Works, to present the capital budget for Public Works, starting with transportation and facilities.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Keith Smith, and I am the Director of your Public Works Department. Public Works consists of 2 branches with 7 very much front-facing disciplines that provide services to our residents each and every day. The first branch is being led by Parks, Roads, Rural, and Fort Chipewyan. This branch is led by Senior Manager Nina Keynes, and the second branch being Transportation and Facilities. This branch encompasses transit, fleet, and facility services, and is led by Senior Manager Joe Trudell. I will now present the 2022 proposed capital project for transportation and facilities. The proposed capital budget for transportation and facilities is $39,519,250. The following slides will go into project breakdown. Building security infrastructure upgrades. Facilities is requesting no additional funding in 2023 to continue building security infrastructure upgrades. Current initiatives are carried forward from the 2022 budget. Above are examples of activities around camera coverage, mapping, and security fencing installation over the past years. To the left, you will see the Fort McMurray wastewater treatment plant security mapping of exterior footprint, and to the right, you will see fencing around lift station in Fort McMurray that was an upgrade. Jubilee Center renovation design. Facilities is requesting $109,250 to complete the design services, inclusive of construction administration in 2023 for phase 2 of the Jubilee Center first floor renovation. The 2023 request is the final portion of the Jubilee Center renovation design that encompasses design for the 6th floor, 2nd floor, and 1st floor main lobby and council chamber renovations. This consultancy fee includes construction administration of multiple disciplines that are required to final design, including such items as architectural, structural, electrical, mechanical, and acoustical. The above design has taken into account the accommodation needs of both planning and development and engineering as well. The layout is conducive for direct public service, which includes service counters that are critical for the day-to-day operations of safety codes as well as planning and development. And on this slide, you see the layout. The color coding is what needs to be done. And on the right, you will see what's been updated on the main floor. More modernization. Fort Chipewyan 6-bay garage and animal control facility. Facilities is requesting $5.2 million in 2023 for the Fort Chipewyan 6-bay garage and animal control facility. The current 6-bay facility located at the airport will consolidate public works, environmental services, and create the necessary space for animal control in a secure area. The current request is to complete the interior of the structure with interior mechanical and overall office space required. Preliminary eye-level design and progress images for the bays that will serve to house public works, environmental services, and animal control in Fort Chipewyan. This slide shows the 6th bay. The airport operation will be in Bay 1, 2, and 3, environmental services in 4 and 5, and bylaw services, being the animal control facility, will be in Bay 6. The Public Works North facility. Facilities are requesting $17 million in 2023 for the Public Works North facility. This request is to continue the project through construction and groundworks. Public Works North facilities design was completed in 2021. Construction started in 2022 and will continue through to 2025. This is the current roads facility known as the Satellite Yard and progress images of the work being carried out. Current Public Works North facility is the replacement of the temporary office building with a permanent office and shop, as well as equipment storage building to protect the roads of equipment from the inclement weather conditions. Building management automated systems. Facilities is requesting $790,000 in 2023 for upgrades to building management systems at the wastewater treatment plant, Jeanvay Fire Hall, and Fire Hall 4. In 2019 and 2020, there was an assessment of the existing facility building automation systems that are used to control and automate the facility heating, cooling, ventilation, lighting, and critical building systems. These systems are being replaced with a sustainable system to ensure continued environmental conditioning in these facilities and reduce the risk of catastrophic system failures. The current systems and parts are obsolete and no longer can be sourced. Above is the interactive display of a modern building management system. These upgrades will allow for field technicians and building operators to troubleshoot issues remotely, reducing travel. This will provide for greater efficiency of building operations and faster response times to user groups, inquiries, and environmental requests. Center Fireplace Ice Plant. Facilities are requesting $340,000 in 2023 for the completion of the upgrades to the Center Fireplace Area Ice Plant. The system is being replaced in line with the Municipal Asset Management Program and will provide safe, reliable service for the user groups of the facility. The utilization of a CO2 as the primary refrigerant will allow for increased lifespan and energy efficiency. Above is an example of two major components to the ice plant, the refrigeration plant and the gas coolers. The CO2 system is anticipated to yield energy savings of approximately 15 to 25% versus the use of traditional ammonia, thus reducing the municipality's cost and carbon footprint. Archie Simpson backup generator. Facilities are requesting no funds in 2023 for the Archie Simpson Arena backup generator for design of the system. The location of this generator is to support the Archie Simpson Marina and during any potential emergency situations. Building life cycle 2022 to 2026. Facilities are requesting $500,000 for building life cycle initiatives in 2023. Funding from 2022 remains outstanding and is intended to be used prior to any addition to the new funding. Building life cycle plans for all major projects for approximately 270 rmwb facilities. Major maintenance work plans are developed and prioritized based on building condition assessments. Such initiatives as heating and air conditioning replacements, the water treatment plant tower mechanical review, and roof replacement at the water treatment plant. Jubilee major maintenance, that being the condominium, 2022 to 2026. Facilities is requesting $1.5 million for Jubilee major maintenance in 2023. As part of the condo corporation, it was identified that repairs to the parkade in Jubilee and updates to the electrical systems are necessary. This is the RMWB's proportional share of the rehabilitation projects. This project will enhance the useful life of these areas. This represents the RMWB's proportionate share of the Jubilee Condo Corporation's building life cycle program over the course of the next 5 years. Initiatives include electrical upgrades to transformers and the main distribution panels, partial roofing replacements, building envelope repairs, and also fire and life safety upgrades. Fleet heavy equipment additions for 2023. Fleet is requesting $1.3 million for additional heavy equipment. As Fleet procures and maintains assets for the various departments, validation and need meetings were held to discuss unit type and fit for purpose prior to funding requests to ensure the department will need. This request is for 6 new units. The proposed units has been validated by requesting department in collaboration with Fleet and cannot be supplied within existing resources. Each addition will increase safety and operational effectiveness of the area. Here are an example of a front-end loader and scissor lift that will be added to environmental services in the Public Works Department. Fleet heavy equipment replacements. Fleet is requesting $8,085,000 to replace heavy equipment. One of Fleet's main tasks is to assess, validate, and procure necessary replacements for the RMWB. With the various departments put forward a list of replacement equipment, and that list is validated again by Fleet by requiring replacement due to end of useful life. A total of 30 pieces of heavy equipment attachments are due for replacements this year, covering community services, environmental services, and public works. Here's an example for a front-end loader, toolcat, and a roll-off truck that requires life cycling for environmental services and public works. Fleet light equipment additions. Fleet is requesting $650,000 for additional light equipment for environmental services, safety, and Indigenous and Rural Relations Department. This request is for 11 new vehicles of light, medium, and heavy-duty trucks and trade vans. As mentioned prior to, Fleet procures units for these various departments and validation for the addition with the department and the internal fleet capacity. Many will require specialized upfitting such as maintenance trucks and trade vans. Here are an example of the 11 units needing to be added to environmental services, safety, and Indigenous and Rural Relations. Fleet equipment replacement. Fleet is requesting $3,995,000 for replacement of light equipment for bylaw, environmental services, planning and development, and public works department. This request is for 56 vehicles. 35 of the 56 consist of light, medium, heavy-duty trucks and trades vans. Each of the proposed units have been validated by Fleet Services, and a unit is needed for replacement. Here are 3 typical examples of the 56 needing replacement for environmental and public works department. Fuel system site upgrades. Fleet is requesting $300,000 to conduct fuel tank refurbishments on existing tanks in the urban service area and rural service area as well. The locations being Transit, Landfill, Sat Yard, and Fort Chipewyan. The funds will extend the lifespan to maximize the 20-year potential of the tanks while adding DEF and windshield washer fluid capacity at the busier locations. Within this request is an upgrade to fuel management system, which is obsolete and does not allow for upgraded fuel management tools. Illustrated above is the newest tank and fuel management system that contains all upgraded software and fluid capacity to support the units that we operate, and this is located at our South Operations Center. The funds will bring forward the other 4 stations to the same level of modernization and fluid dispensing capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Does any member of council have any questions pertaining to the capital projects that Keith's mentioned? Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you again, Keith, for the presentation. I've asked a similar question of the emergency services, so I'm sure you're expecting this. What is the process that we follow for vehicles that are the fleet that is being replaced? I know some of them are really in very bad shape. Are there opportunities for scrap, sale, or trading and all that? I don't know if this is under procurement, but what have we typically done when we are replacing vehicles?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, we would follow our process, and typically vehicles that are no longer usable or no longer that we require would go on gov deals and be auctioned off.
Okay. So we still get some value for the scrap?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, they may not necessarily be scrap. It may be a point that a significant amount of work has to go into it. However, we do get funding back. Seeing that our current fleet is aging and is old, we do not realize anywhere near what we used to realize when it comes to selling our assets.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, sir, for giving me the time. Thank you very much, presenters. It was very informative, very good thing. Most of the problems you solve on the pulse, thank you very much. But even then, you know, something, you see, there's a bomb, fear 3 days back. And people, all the, employees moved to Peter Pond. So, on the other hand, when now there was a flood, everything is orientated towards flood. And once there was a fire, everything was oriented after the fire towards the fire preventive. No, the blast fear took us to a Peter Pond Mall. And there's a good thing that those who planned something on the Timberley, what money you are spending here, that is it possible you plan it up on the Timberley side or on a separate building so that we have our options. Thanks God, nothing happened 3 days back. But if something happens, then we do not have the alternative. We are in a more panic, more, God forbid, more losses. So better to plan on alternatives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. I'm not sure which capital project that's referring to, but maybe Keith can try to address it.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Through the chair, through the mayor to the question. What you're referring to, I do believe, is the money that's set aside for the renovation of the first floor of Jubilee. And at that point, we will bring down the engineering department and the planning department to this building. They are very much front-facing, public-facing, is all within the same unit. However, at that point in time, Timberley Landing is being leased. We can relinquish that lease. The amount of money that we're paying for that lease will pay for this construction very quickly. So we will save a lot of money. What you're referring to is the engineering or the emergency response plans. So anything that happens, we have plans in place to take care of those instances, and business continuity plans is also in place to continue business. So to invest money into Timberley Landing for that purpose, I don't know if it would be fiscally responsible. However, Jubilee is not the only building that the municipality owns. We do have the South Operations Center, we have the satellite yard, we have the water treatment plant, tower. So there's other areas that our workers can go to work and provide a service to our residents.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Thank you, Keith. Councilor Ball?
Thank you. Through the chair to Director Smith. I guess I'm just trying to figure out where you're at relative to progress on a couple of these projects. In particular, building life cycling. Last year it was awarded or approved at $2.7 million, and I believe you have about 9,600 spent to date. So I think that's what our sheet has here. So it doesn't seem like a lot of progress. But where I get some confusion is that in 2017 there was basically the same project approved, and there's still 1.9 million remaining in that project that is unspent. It's almost like these projects are stacking up on top of each other, and you're not getting any progress. And well, getting some, but maybe not all. And a really good example of that is the Jubilee Major Maintenance Center, your condo program, where in 2019 you had 1.5 million approved, you spent 280,000. Then in 2020 you had 2.3 million approved, you spent 220,000. Then 2022 you had 1.5 million approved, you spent zero. So out of that $5-ish million, we've only spent 400,000 or 500,000, and we've got 4 point something million left, and we're asking for another 1.5 this year. The progress doesn't support the ask, is where I'm at. Is there any explanation, or am I missing some information? Because what I've got on here is current as of, well, very recently. They gave us to a week ago or so.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, I'll use your example for the condo corporation first. So this building is owned by the municipality. The neighboring building is owned by the province. Both are part of the condo corporation that shares the shared spaces, electrical, HVAC, everything that you can think of. It is our obligated right or obligation to do any of those repairs. Now, with the condo corporation, there was a 5-year assessment plan. There's a plan to do maintenance. We have to have our share ready. Now, whether or not the province does, or whether or not the condo goes forward with it, that's a different issue. Again, that's different prioritization, but we have to have our share ready. When you talk about the building maintenance, life cycling, we undertook a project years back to have 5-year plans for all of our buildings. And unfortunately, sometimes due to capacity, due to prioritization, not all money was spent. However, we're asking for, in certain areas, if you look through this budget, for $0 because we're trying to catch up and spend previous year's budget. So that's where you will see that. So there's a number of projects within this that's asking for $0 in order to capitalize or utilize pre-existing budgets.
Okay, well, I can appreciate that, but certainly not in the building life cycling. That's asking for money every single year, as well as the condo, and I can appreciate that we have to have our money ready, but that's a simple ask of council. If something came up that you needed, I don't know, $5 million to replace every HVAC system in here, that's a simple report, and you come to us and you've got your money. It looks to me like almost like we're saving it for a rainy day, or maybe we're just not getting the work done, or the requests aren't coming in. We budget $1.5 million, and I mean, I budget a bit of money each year to replace my furnace, but I don't replace it every year. So we don't have to replace it. Perfect. We don't spend it. I would suggest we start cleaning up some of this older stuff, or maybe get them off the books. If we're not using the money, just get them off the books.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, point well taken. But again, like I said before, with the condo, it's contractual. We have to have that money.
There are no current contracts.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, the condominium is a contract.
I'm lost. I get we have a responsibility, but do we have a contract in place to spend $1.5 million every year?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, let's not confuse the contract. There's no contract with per se to the work, but that's the plan that we agreed to in the condo corporation for that work.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I don't think I'll get through. Heavy duty, I have one question about the heavy duty list. There was some, sorry, I'm just flipping pages. Additions to the fleet. Unfortunately, my list here is not, I guess, maybe as full of data as yours is. All I got is the presentation. It says we're going to do $1.3 million worth of additions to our fleet, and I assume that's for the purposes of efficiency and so on. I asked for the business case on this particular project just so I could get an understanding of what equipment we were adding to our fleet. And there were no pieces of equipment listed, so I couldn't make an evaluation on this.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, would you like me to go through and explain the 6 pieces of equipment? Is that what you're asking?
I was curious what they are. What are we buying?
Perfect. For the first piece is a scissor lift. We have $30,000 associated to that. What we find is that the municipality has well over 200,000 to 300,000 overhead doors, and we've been renting equipment to do this work. However, the business case makes more sense to purchase equipment, so we will be saving money there. The next one is for a combi roller. That's for the machine to assist in earthwork compaction, and that's going to Fort Chipewyan. The next one being a sandbagger. So it's an automated machine to fill sandbags in preparation for winter breakup and reduce operational strain on our staff. So instead of our staff and our laborers filling up the sandbags that we need for our own infrastructure, this piece of equipment will do such. We have 2 front-end loaders for the landfill. It's my understanding that one is for snow clearing, and the other one is for turning over material at the landfill. And the next one is a mini crane, a specialized crane that's at the landfill or for environmental services. Specialized crane equipment designed to fit into smaller spaces and requires less preparatory work, such as braces, generating overall safety and operational efficiency. So that's the 6 pieces of equipment.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I didn't know what they were.
I understand, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I see that you do repair work for the within the municipality building here. And Director Smith, can I respectfully ask if the draft from this window be looked at and, if possible, repaired? I think most of the women along here would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, we are aware of it and working on it. If you like, I can give you my coat over lunch.
Councillor Bussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to Keith, Director Smith. I guess I'm just looking for follow-up, Councillor Ball, just some more clarification on the building life cycle. Like, so the money you're asking, is it going into the condominium reserve? Or, like Councillor Ball said, the whole building life cycle right now looks like the 2 million, the 2.7 million asked in 2022 or prior, you've only used $9,600 of it.
Through the chair,
just building life cycles in general.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Bussier, the 1.5 million is indeed reserved. The building life cycle that you're looking at, that's in regards to our own buildings.
Okay, just explain to me how you treat building life cycles, whether it's this building or other buildings here. Because the ask continues, like Councillor Ball says, but we don't seem to be spending it.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, as I mentioned before, through our building life cycle branch within facilities, we've done a complete assessment on all 270 buildings that we have, and based upon that, that's what dictates the repairs that needs to be done. I know recently we've done some repairs to fire all roofs. It could be anything along those lines. So again, it's building life cycle. At this point in time, we have not expended each amount associated to the budget. However, that work is to be done. So that money is there to be done.
Okay. Further to the vehicle request funds, how do you determine the expiration date of your vehicles? Is it just based on an age, or kilometers?
Through the chair, Councillor Bussier, we have an internal policy that it's for light duty, it's 8 years, 160,000. Or for heavy duty, it's 10 years or 10,000 hours. However, like Captain Jack Sparrow said, it's just a guideline. So what we would do is we would look at all of our vehicles, assess them. If they can be prolonged, we will definitely 110% prolong them until they're no longer usable, until there's a point in which the operational cost outweighs the capital cost. I don't want to be spending $9,000 to repair a vehicle that's only worth $3,000.
Okay. How are you doing with vehicles? Like,
through the chair to Councillor Bussier, last year, I think it was last year and this year, we've done what's called a fleet assessment on our fleet. As it looks right now, we're at right on mark. We're about 3% over, which is perfect. It gives us that little bit of swing space. Due to the current service levels that we are providing, we do have, with the addition of this equipment that I've asked for, we would have enough to provide those services. So we've actually, through fleet management, downsized approximately 10% of our fleet. However, where it sits now is right on par.
So how do, through the chair to Director Smith, how are we doing, how successful are we getting these vehicles? Because the only reason I ask is I know lots of folks that have ordered and it's a year, 2 years, 3 years, so.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, we are finding those difficulties as well. However, due to agreements that we have with local vendors and the amount of vehicles that we buy, we're able to commit the money. We're just waiting for them to arrive. So we need this money in place in order to move forward with any type of procurement of these vehicles. It looks like, to me, it looks like it's getting better in the vehicle market, and it's going to continue to get better.
So timelines, just by the time, when you order a vehicle, delivery date is same calendar year?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, it truly depends on the type of vehicle, if it's heavy duty, light duty, what we're looking for. In the past, it could be a calendar year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bussier. Are there any other questions of council relating to the capital projects that Director Smith mentioned already? I'm not seeing. I have one question, Keith. Is it still more efficient to rent the street cleaners than it is to purchase them?
Through the chair to Mayor Bowman, this was our first year as a project, as a pilot. Of course, there's deficiencies. They're newer. We don't have to do the maintenance. We don't have to store them over the winter. As currently, it's looking that way.
Okay, thank you. The other questions of council related to these capital projects? Anybody? We're going to break now for lunch for 1 hour, and we'll finish the second part after lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, really welcome back, everyone. Keith, you want to go ahead with your Parks, Roads, and Rural and for Chippewa whenever you are ready there.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Keith Smith. For the record, Director of Public Works, and with me I have Nina Keynes, who's the Senior Manager of Parks, Roads, Rural, and Fort Chipewyan. The 2023 ask is $12,545,500 for 2023. The subsequent slides will provide a project breakdown. Outdoor rink asphalt surface upgrades. Outdoor rinks asphalt surface upgrade request in the amount of $450,000 for 2023 is for the Waterways rink. This is a multi-year outdoor rink asphalt replacement program with Hinge Bay rink completed in 2021. The Abbas Sand rink contract was awarded in 2022 and construction is planned for the spring of 2023. This is an aerial photo depicting the rink and waterways. And converting our rinks from asphalt to concrete will extend the usable life by 4 weeks, so our residents can enjoy the rinks 4 weeks longer. And also at the same time, it provides a smoother surface, so it's easier to flood. Just makes it more efficient. And the concrete will indeed last longer than the asphalt long term. Partial playground replacements, Westview and St. Kateri. This playground replacement project requests funds of $350,000 in 2023 for life cycling and drainage improvements to maintain CSA standards for Canadian Playground Safety Institute. Westview Playground consists of 2 modules built in 2002 and 2007. The existing drainage issues significantly impact lifespan of the entire playground equipment. The 2007 module already received new drainage system in 2020, and the 2002 module is planned for drainage improvements in 2023. St. Kateri School Playground is also required significant drainage improvements, which is impacting playground equipment and structural integrity. We have received a request to add additional pieces of equipment due to the increased volume of use, as well as install equipment for kids with special needs. And this is a picture of the 2 playgrounds, St. Kateri on the left with Westview on the right. Playground replacement, Dr. Clark and Eco Boreal requested $280,000 will be used for general construction services to complete playground installation drainage improvements in spring of 2023. Playground equipment was ordered in October of 2022. It will be stored through the winter at our parks yard. These pictures are of the playground structure to be replaced due to underground safety concerns. Drainage improvements, if requested $400,000 will be used for drainage improvements and engineered wood fiber replacement for all 3 playgrounds. Pictures of the playgrounds and issues caused by significant drainage. So with these past 3 situations, what's happened is the original design, the drainage wasn't done properly. It was designed to take the water off-site, however, it did not work. What we're going to do now is design it so that it takes it to the piping system and to the sanitary water. So what materials underneath is clay. Clay saturates very easily with water and it do not move. Therefore, it causes infrastructure issues and issues to the playground itself. Spray park replacement program design. This is a multi-year splash park replacement program. The KP Wong Splash Park is under construction with an estimated completion date of this spring being 2023. Wood Buffalo Spray Park will be the next spray park for replacement in this multi-year project. Pictures of the Wood Buffalo Spray Park, which will be our next replacement. New standpipe facilities for Borealis Park. We are requesting $42,500 to replace outdated existing water supply source at Borealis Park. The proposed facility is a self-contained system that is permanently mounted in the park or green space and gives instant and remote access to water any time of the year, and it has been tested to -50. It replaces the need for a water truck and provide constant water sources, significantly reducing operational and maintenance costs. The picture on the left is our existing system. The center and right pictures are the proposed self-contained system that permanently mounts in the park. Active Transportation Phase 3. The requested $300,000 for the development of the arterial spine, which will connect the Highway 63 Beacon Hill Trail to the Gregoire-McKenzie Trail system. The functional plan is in the final developing phase now and will update the 2013 Active Transportation Plan. The Active Transportation Program was established under the 2005 Urban Phase Transit Master Plan, or Transportation Master Plan, resulting in the progressive development or upgrading of all trail spines now called an arterial trail and feeder trails or collector trails from adjacent contributing areas. And these are pictures of the Highway 63 Beacon Hill Trail to Gregoire and McKenzie Trail system. Draper Community Sign Upgrade. The request for $30,000 is for the detailed design in 2023. This picture illustrates the current sign and a rendering of the new community sign. Beacon Hill Green Space Restoration Greening. Requesting $350,000 is for site remediation to bring the site back to an open green space. This was an area that was used as a laydown to facilitate the infrastructure upgrades starting in 2013 and wildfire rebuilds in 2016 and are no longer required to site. The restoration of this lot was strongly supported by the local residents. This slide shows pictures of the green space to be restored in Beacon Hill. Woodlawn Cemetery Parking Lot. We are requesting $200,000 for Woodlawn Cemetery. It requires a parking lot to better service the facility and its visitors. Requested funds will be used for design, construction, and paving of the parking lot. This picture shows a possible location for the parking lot in the Woodlawn Cemetery. Confederation Way and Thickwood Boulevard, milling and paving, Carteret Drive to Tundra Drive construction. We are requesting $1.7 million to mill and pave Carteret Drive to Tundra Drive. The condition of this roadway is partially due to the asphalt mats deteriorating at the edge and center line, allowing water to penetrate into and underneath the pavement. If this repair is not completed, this section of road will quickly deteriorate and soon require a costly full restoration. Not only will this repair avoid a costly reconstruction, it will establish proper grade to drainage surface water and improve drivability. These pictures show the deterioration of the mats at the joints and severe potholing. Road surface and alleyways improvement. We are requesting $1.5 million to complete road surface and alleyway improvements. Many of these roads have become a safety concern for the residents. The assets are exhibiting signs of complete failure. The deterioration of many of these roads accelerated during the post-fire rebuilding process and waited for rebuilding efforts to be completed before rehabilitation. By not having this construction in 23 and 24, there is a chance that some or all of these roads may become impassable and could create significant concerns for Public Works and the municipality as a whole. The design phase for the road reconstruction is already underway and expected to be finished by January 2023. The pictures above from left to right show Athabasca Avenue North Back Alley, Fullerton Drive, and Athabasca Place. And this is just an example of what needs to be done. Mackenzie Boulevard and Gregoire Drive intersection upgrade and sidewalk connectivity to the Discovery Center. We are requesting $223,000 to provide safe pedestrian access to the Discovery Center from Gregoire Drive. Currently, the sidewalk ends on Gregoire Drive at the intersection to Gregoire Drive and Mackenzie Boulevard, and the existing traffic signals are not equipped with a pedestrian actuated crossing. This upgrade will allow safe passage to the Discovery Center for pedestrians in the area and the school. This picture shows the proposed access, including road markings for crosswalks. Fort Chipewyan Airside Pavement Rehabilitation Construction. Fort Chippewa airside pavement rehabilitation construction in an amount of $1 million for 2023. The scope includes mill and pave of the runway, taxiway, and apron, including grade and cross slope adjustment, sub-drain replacement, edge light adjustment, and regrading of the runway safety area. This project has grant funding of $11 million. This picture depicts the Fort Chippewa Airport. Rural roads and parking lot paving, Fort Chippewa design and construction. We are not requesting funds for 2023. The road surface will be repaved in conjunction with the water and sewer lines upgrades. Design is complete and the project will be in 2 tenders. Tender 1 for the airport parking lot is posted along with the Fort Chip airside pavement project. This project includes paving the existing parking lots along with the parking lot at the airport. And package 2 remaining scope for 2025. These pictures depict the road and the parking lots. Columbarium, Conklin, and Fort Chippewa cemeteries. The requested $100,000 will provide columbariums for 2 cemeteries within the hamlets of Conklin and Fort Chippewa. These cemeteries do not currently have a columbarium option for residents. The columbarium provides other options for our residents within the rural hamlets which we currently do not provide. This option was requested by the citizens of these hamlets. These are pictures of columbariums that could be purchased for cemeteries and the existing one in the Anzac Cemetery. Sapere Creek Pedestrian Trail design and construction request for $500,000 is to start the construction in 2023. Design has been tendered and will be completed in early 2023 and will start the brushing and grading summer of 23. This asphalt walking trail with lighting from the mailboxes to Vista Ridge is located on the north side of the road and will not intersect with the current gravel trail that's used by ATVs and motorized recreational vehicles on the south side. This trail will be similar to the Anzac walking trail entering the community. These are pictures of Sapere currently with a picture of the Anzac Trail for reference. Conklin Northland Drive walking trail repairs, design, and construction. The request of $30,000 is the design phase of the walking trail repairs and Northland Drive in Conklin. Sections of the walking trail needs replacing due to current drainage issues, ditching improvements to eliminate future issues, and this trail is just over 8 kilometers in length. Pictures of the walking trail in Conklin. Fort McKay Road South waterline and sidewalk upgrade. The request for $3.5 million is for the water main, which will be completed prior to the installing the trailing and lighting. Construction of the walkway on the west side will be within proximity of the existing water line. Upgrading of the water line in conjunction with the walking trail construction will prevent future disturbance of the trail when the line is upgraded. This project aims to improve pedestrian connectivity and safety in the hamlet of Fort McKay. Pedestrian connectivity will be extended south from the community core to the McKay River Bridge through the installation of a new walkway. There is an existing pedestrian trail from the community core into the Métis community and an existing walkway along the southeast side of the McKay River Bridge. This new addition will provide 1 additional kilometer of pedestrian accessibility through the community to the bridge. In conjunction with the connectivity, lighting and beautification will be installed along the new walkway. These pictures are for reference of what we have in Conklin and Anzac and are designing for Fort McKay. Walking paths Anzac being Gregor Drive, Townsend Drive, Donovan Drive, Park Drive, Hopegood Drive, and Hilliard Crescent. We are requesting $450,000 for the design of walking trails along roadways in Anzac. The roads in Anzac do not have sidewalks and the ditches are sloped and difficult for walking, resulting in pedestrians having to walk on the road. Picture of an existing trail in Anzac, but will not include lighting, reflecting most walking trails in the urban service area. Sapere Creek Culvert, Ditches and Drainage Improvement, Design and Construction. The requested $200,000 is for the design phase of approximately 11 drainage easements and approximately 4 kilometers of roadways. Overgrowth of drainage easements that have impacted the natural drainage and flow of runoff. detailed review and design of the ditch grading and drainage plan of the entire community. These are pictures showing drainage issues of concern. Pedestrian bridge repair assessment and design, Sapere Creek and Crown Creek. We are requesting $150,000 for assessment and design of Sapere and Crown Creek pedestrian bridge repairs. Sapere Creek Bridge will require potential redesign and installation of a new structure. Professional engineering assessment should determine the most cost-effective approach to resolve existing safety concerns for both bridges. And the bridges are located in Sapere and Crown Creek. Anzac Recreational Center culvert asphalt and curb replacement design, requesting $100,000 to design and replace culverts on the entry road to the Anzac Recreational Center. Replace sections of asphalt and curbs within the parking lot, and the current issue with the culvert poses a safety risk for our residents. This is a picture of the safety concern, which is the key driver for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Do you have any questions of council? Councillor Dogar?
Sir, thank you very much for giving me. Thank you very much, presenters. It's a very elaborate, good presentation, speaks high of your competency. It is seen and felt everywhere. I'm happy. About the children parks, I get a good feedback from my family. And they're well maintained, nice and clean. And this is the most attractive thing, recreation, for the not only children, for the parents also, for the grandparents also. So there's a need of concentrating more. Maybe we think or plan to install some electronic gadgets also, maybe to private sector by giving them some subsidy, because a lot of attraction for the children is to go to Edmonton or Calgary only for the electronic gadgets also. Please consider it for future. Number one. Number two is about the wearing out of the roads and the tracks and certain gadgets. So I just want to bring your attention. Are they completing their age limit as their contract? And if it's not there, is there any accountability for that or not? Thank you very much.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, your first question, I didn't really get what you're asking.
There are electronic gadgets in Edmonton.
Okay.
Oh, where payment is there, and that is a business that is very lucrative and attractive for the children. Okay. Is there any possibility that they can be installed here by municipality? Municipality would be difficult, more demanding. Maybe we give a subsidy to the subcontractors and bring some attractive here, because that is very attractive for the children, for their parents, for their grandparents even. Thank you. This is my first question.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, as a part of any system, we are constantly benchmarking and comparing what we do and what we deliver compared to other entities of similar size. What you're asking for, I personally am not aware of. However, we will take that back and look at it, see if it's even a potential.
Thank you.
Your second question regarding the roadways, what you see or what I presented is life cycling. So most of these roads are 10 or 12 years old. We want to get in there and life cycle. As I talked about before, we want to mill and pave before it gets to a point where we need to actually do some structural work, which will cost significantly more. So this is life cycling. This is being proactive. If we do this at this point in time, even though we're coming forward with the request now with the money, if we don't do this 4, 5, 6 years down the road, it will be a much more costlier bill when we have to do full rehabilitation. This is standard process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Any other questions from council? Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. Sorry, I'm just flipping pages here trying to catch up. I guess I got one question relative to capacity. I was trying to count the number of projects you had this year. I'm going to go with roughly 20. And you got roughly 50 on the books. So that's 70 projects. Are you confident you can get that work on the go?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, thus far this year we've completed 22. to say that we as parks, as capacity, we have a team that's in place that can deliver projects, but of course, with any capital projects, there's a multitude of layers in place. There's multiple layers within the municipality, and it depends on the outside capacity. However, what we're finding is that due to lead time, due to supply, due to commodity issues, due to competing interests, and due to the world we're living in now, some of these projects will become multi-year. And as you've seen in this presentation and my previous presentation, is that there's some request for zero ask. That's to do what's remaining.
Yeah, no, I saw that. Okay, well, thanks. I just wanted to make sure that we're not just lumping on work that we can't complete. We've got, I think it's roughly 300 million of work to do that before we even approve this. So it's a concern. And I do have a question about the standpipe project. You have that one split into a multi-year. Pretty small project. Is there any, can't you do it in 1 year? That's just to order the system, install it. It's 42,000 each year. I would more support just putting that all in 2023.
Just 1 second.
Or is that a typo? It's only 42,000, not 85.
Through this year, short answer is that if it can be done in this year, we will absolutely do it in this year. It may be a multi-year program because of other standpipes that need to be replaced or modernized. But you're right. It's a purchase and install. It should be done in 1 year.
But it's just one site, correct? Just Borealis, so.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, in this budget for this year, it's one site.
So what's 2024? That's, is it 42 or 85? Do we know?
For 2023 is 42.
So what's the other 42 for?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, the other 42.5 is for our pew next year.
That's not written in here. So I missed that.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, what we are doing with a lot of this work, you see with the spray parks, you see with the playgrounds, it's planning appropriately and life cycling appropriately. So this year, this is the one that needs to be done this year. Depending upon the assessments, this is the one that needs to be done next year.
Okay, thank you. Draper Community Sign Upgrade. You were saying 30,000 this year for design for that sign. I assume the 60,000 in the following years for construction. Do we really need to go through a design? We have a lot of these signs here in town already. There's got to be a copy of that design here somewhere, just mirror image, write Draper on it.
Through the chair, the design will encompass community engagement too as well, and the construction.
Right, but it's not going to cost us $30,000 out of capital funding to design and engage. I mean, this to me is a 1 year project. Maybe it's
through the chair,
a year worth of engagement and
through the chair, Councillor Ball. That's
it doesn't make sense.
Through the chair, Councillor Ball. That's for design, engagement, and to construct that sign. Unfortunately, I can give you a few references around town where signs are coming in around 100K.
Well, I believe the cost. I just don't think it needs to be split over 2 years.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, the delay is due to the flood mitigation. So we're doing it next year to do that.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Beacon Hill green spacing. This is not really a question, it's more of a comment. As I understand the scope of work, it's just removal, and yes, this work needs to be done. There's no question about it. It's a mess up there. I was there with my dog a few days ago, and it's 2,100 square meters. I pasted off, and then I measured it on Google Earth. Turns out the same number. Did a cost estimate. It's somewhere between 50 and 70K, whether or not it's contaminated material or not. And you're asking for 350. So I thought the number seemed high, and then when I looked at the Woodlawn Cemetery parking lot, which was significantly less, and it's asphalt and a whole lot of other things, I was like, I think you might want to look at the cost of that and maybe confirm that number.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for your presentation, Kate. I just wanted to, I've looked at the presentation. I don't know if I'm missing the repairs to walkways, sidewalks, walking throughs in Abasan. I was at Father Bogard School. I don't know I'm not calling the name too well, but especially with kids coming in and out of that area, I just want to be sure that it's included in your plans, like I asked yesterday.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, that was in the operating budget. So those numbers are captured in the budget I presented yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
the Grayling area as well?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, it was within the line item within our roads branch.
Thank you. And then finally, I wanted to, just sort of wondering about the Confederation, Thickwood, Catterad, Tundra roads, how it looks like they're always, especially the Timberley session is always, I think every year we repair the roads, or am I missing something?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, what you're seeing every year is more or less the pothole repair program, and that's regardless that's going to happen. What we're doing this year, what you'll see through this, is the replacement of the top level. So this is a mill and pave. So what we'll do is we'll remove the first 50 millimeters and pave a new surface. So it's a completely different program.
Okay. So this should last for some time after this is done. Do we have a projection or a warranty of how many years before they fall apart? I know the weather is a factor and all that, but
through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, there's a multitude of different factors, you're right, weather, use, impact, industrial use, but typically we're looking at 10 to 12 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Thanks, Keith, for your update. Just a couple of quick questions. There's no question that the Anzac Rec Center culvert and asphalt need to be repaired. That's pretty obvious. My question is, why? was it designed wrong in the first place? Was it not built? It's not that old. And I kind of go back to, I looked through, you know, the walking trails in Conklin. They can't be that old. And some of these projects, I understand asphalt's going to need some repairs here, there, and so on and so forth, but are they not being done properly? Are they in the first place that they're having to be repaired so quickly?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, if you recall, this area is very boggy. It's a wetland to begin with, and it's unfortunate that where the culvert is a stream. And at the time, maybe it was the wrong size culvert, maybe it was put in the wrong place. It just didn't pan out. However, based upon the experience that we have now, we can repair it properly.
So this repair will, like, we won't be back here in 5 years redoing that again. And anytime you're doing work in a boggy area, your compaction, everything else, and your drainage all has to be done properly. And it just occurs to me that it wasn't done properly if we're having to fix it so quickly.
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, what you'll see with a lot of the projects that we put in is that you're disrupting natural drainage. So once you build it, you construct it, you're disrupting natural order, and sometimes it's hard to predict that.
Yep.
So this is one of those cases where I think it was hard to predict underground streams, and unfortunately, I know it hasn't been very long, everything is settling, so this should be more of a permanent fix. Guaranteed? I can't guarantee anything.
Yeah, well, fair enough. I get underwater. It just, sometimes I look at these projects at how often they're being redone, and it just, just occurs to me that, maybe we can do it better in the beginning and make them last longer. That particular project makes complete sense. Whenever you're dealing with water tables and water moving around, to do your best guess. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Thank you, Director Smith, for your presentation. Quick question on the Sapphire Creek walking trail. Where was that where was the thought that that was going to go into? What part of Sapri Creek, sorry?
Oh, through the chair, Councillor Weigel. So you know when you leave the mailboxes and walk towards Vista Ridge? So
Yes.
on the right-hand side, you have that ATV trail informally, and so it would be on the other side of the road.
On the left-hand side of the road?
Yes, sir.
And through engagement, did we come to that conclusion through engagement that the residents wanted it on the left-hand side?
Through the chair, absolutely. And that originated from a council request of the previous council.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Any more questions from council? One question, Keith. Do we have any, I don't see it on this capital budget, but is there any for expenses for repairing that Legendmere road going to the airport in Conklin?
Through the chair to Mayor Bowman, that would be under the operating. What's in the operating under our rural branch is, I believe, $250 off the top of my head for maintenance of that road. What you're referring to is, I do believe, the reconstruction or the rehabilitation of that road, and we do not have it in this capital budget.
Right. Okay. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Yeah, I think the restructuring, as you're talking about, would go under engineering, and that would be where it would have to come forward from as a capital project, Keith. Is that how that works?
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, sir. One question. Any breakages or any repairs that you do, and is there any accountability procedure that if it goes before time, you send a report upwards to CEO, or to, if the loss is big, then you to the council? Is there any such like procedure or not?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, I'm assuming you're speaking to warranty?
Yeah, warranty, there is always a contract whenever a road is made or a gadget is, that is, the life is 2 years, 3 years or 5 years. You know, if it goes in the first quarter or second quarter, then it is alarming. Something is wrong with the construction or material. So a report should be made and it should be sent to CEO, and if CEO feels, should be sent to council. So we are careful in future. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, absolutely, we would follow that request. If the work is not done properly, there's avenues that we can use.
Okay.
Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Going through the chair to Director Smith, and I think Keith, I already know the answer, but given the amount of work that needs to be done in Fort Chippewan, I know one of the issues over the years is, we have to mobilize an asphalt plant, take it down, take it back up. So we're minimizing the number of times that asphalt plant is going to be required.
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, absolutely. So any synergies that we can do once we get that up the winter road, and again, the unpredictable winter road, when that's up there, we will do every inch of work that we can.
Okay. Is it safe to assume we could get all the paving done in one season that's required in the different projects we got planned?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, that truly depends on the project, but the projects that I have listed here, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should happen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just going back to that pedestrian walk, and I apologize for jumping on this. The engagement that was done then, when was that engagement done? Only because I feel like I've been getting different information from the Sapri Creek Society meetings that I've been at lately, and so I just want to see when that information was brought forward.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, I'm thinking, I don't have an exact date, but it would be at least 2 years ago. It was under the regime of the previous council.
About 3 years ago?
I want to say 2 to 3 years ago.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Are any other questions of council? Not seeing any. Would any councillor like to make a motion relative to these items? Not seeing any, so thank you, Keith. Next, I'd like to invite Nasir Qureshi, Acting Director Engineering, who will present the capital budget for engineering. Whenever you're ready, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Nasir Qureshi and I am Acting Director for the Engineering Department. Next to me, I have Manager Engineering Department, Mazhar Haj Hussain, and Program Manager, Maureen Nekonechny. We also have Program Manager for Rural and Water Sewer Servicing, Kashif Khan, and few team members. Today, I'll be presenting the 2023 proposed capital budget for projects currently sponsored by the Engineering Department. This table for 2023 capital budget summary highlights the total funds requested from 2022, the proposed funds for 2023, and projected plans for 2024 to 2028. To summarize, our proposed budget for 2023 is $25.6 million. I'll provide further details on each project and program as I go through each slide. Fort McKay Community Center Design and Construction. This project will be used as a community gathering place and an avenue with the ability to host several events and activities. We are not requesting any funds for 2023. The carry forward funds would be used to re-tender this project. Previously, it was tendered in Q2 2022, but we didn't receive any bid. Tender is planned to be posted by early Q1 2023 after the budget approval. For 2024, the request is $10.5 million. Construction is planned to start in 2023 with a substantial completion by the end of 2024. This slide displays a draft view of the proposed community center, which would be located on Range Road 1109. Fort McKay Range Road 1109 improvements, design and construction. This project is for the design and construction of a 300-meter local road from Fort McKay Main Road up to the proposed community center to be located on Range Road 1109. The scope of this project also includes underground infrastructure such as water, storm, sanitary lines, and other utilities. We are not requesting any funds for 2023 since the carry-forward funds would be used to continue with the design. Current status is the design is 55% complete, which started later this year. Tender is planned for Q4 2023 for construction in 2024. For 2024, the request is $2 million for construction. We have just a very little spent on the design so far as the tender was awarded later this year. This slide shows the location of Range Road 1109, which is approximately 300 meters long and runs from Fort McKay Range Road to the end of the proposed Fort McKay Community Center. Deep utilities and culvert rehab construction. This project is for the rehabilitation of deep utilities, water and sewer on the back alleys of Ross Haven Drive and on the public utility lots between Romar Street and Roundel Place and between Silvertip Place and Simcoe Way in Thickwood. Culverts on the Thickwood Boulevard, Confederation Way, and Fort McKay Road are also part of the project. We are requesting $1.7 million in 2023 for the construction of Silvertip Place and Romar Street PULs. Design is complete and tender package is being prepared. The tender is planned to go out into the market the first quarter of 2023. This slide shows the location of the three bridge-sized culverts on Thickwood Boulevard, Confederation Way, and Fort McKay Road. The location of deep utilities, water and sewer, on the back alleys of Ross Haven Drive and on the public utility lots in Thickwood, between Romar Street and Roundel Place, and between Silvertip Place and Simcoe Way. Garden Lane and Riverbend Close Road rehabilitation construction. This project includes the construction of about 1.4 kilometers of Garden Lane and Riverbend Close Road in Draper community. These roads will be upgraded to the current rural road standards. This project will help to mitigate the current drainage concerns and address dust issues raised by the residents. Requested funds of $2.7 million in 2023 2023 will be used to continue with the existing contract work. The work consists of finishing the second lift of asphalt on Riverbend Close and completing the garden lane. This slide shows the road rehabilitation of approximately 1.4 kilometer. Both road branches of the recently completed Draper Road project under Rural Infrastructure Rehab Program, 6.3 kilometer. Waterline extension, Real Martin Drive, design and construction. This project involves installing a water line to the golf course at the end of the Real Martin Drive. The current water main on Wilson Drive will be extended to the Fort McMurray Golf Club. We are not requesting any funds for 2023, so the carry forward funds would be used for project design, and an RFP is planned for the Q1 of 2023 due to the complexity of the soil conditions and geotechnical investigation. A full pre-design and detailed design work is required in 2023, and the proposed funds of $1.7 million for 2024 is for the construction of the project. Waterline, this slide shows the existing line at Wilson Drive, which would be extended to golf course. Side drainage improvements, design and construction. This project is to address the ongoing drainage issues in the urban areas based on the feedback from the community. The scope includes grading, drainage improvements, landscaping, and installation of storm pipes. No funding requests for 2023. The carry forwards would be used to continue the existing construction contract for various sites, almost 13 sites. The carry forward available funds and requested funds of $500,000 for 2024 are for the remaining sites, which are 6. Contract execution for the design is in progress. This slide shows an example of the side drainage improvement program before and after. Grilling terrace drainage construction. This project is intended to create a permanent engineering solution to reduce the risk of flooding of private properties in Grilling Terrace caused by snow melt in the municipal reserve. The scope includes installation of storm water sewer pipe, catch basins, manhole, and construction of earthwork berms to direct runoff away from private properties. The project is currently underway, and we are requesting $1.8 million to complete the project in 2023. This slide shows the storm sewer and drainage channels in Grilling Terrace. The next few slides will be for the rural egress roads for the community of Janvi and Fort McKay, as well as an overview of the program. This slide provides a brief history of the rural egress road project. Following the 2016 wildfire, Recovery Task Force examined alternative egress routes from rural communities. As part of the engagement strategy, the project team visited 5 rural areas during the preliminary engineering in 2018. From October 17 to November 18, 2018, various alignment possibilities were presented to communities through public engagements. The dates are listed in the table for information. Roadway alignments were chosen based on criteria such as community feedback, environmental, geotechnical, historical resources, utility impact, river crossing, land ownership, and estimated construction cost. The construction costs are estimated based on the preliminary design for rural egress road. The egress roads in rural areas cost $56.7 million. Connection from East Clearwater Highway to Cypress Creek, $41.4 million. The combined total construction cost was estimated to be $98.1 million. Therefore, administration chose to proceed with multiple phases. Currently, detailed design and land acquisitions are underway in the community of Janvier. The next slide will cover the construction phase of the rural egress road for Janvier, as well as the design for the Fort McKay egress road. This project is for the construction of a 5.8 kilometer long, rural egress road Janvier construction. This project is for the construction of a 5.8 kilometer long, 8 meter wide gravel road between Highway 881 and the First Nation, including a major bridge structure and 2 culverts. Design phase is currently in progress and planned to be completed by Q3 2023. Land acquisition, which includes federal and First Nation land, will be completed by Q3 2024. We do not have a budget request for 2023. However, the carry forward amount, 100K, which we are requesting, will be used in 2024 to initiate the tendering process and post-tender by Q4 2024 after completing the land acquisition piece. This slide shows the proposed egress road for Genvie, which is approximately 5.8 kilometer in length. Rural egress road Fort McKay design. This project is for the design of 8.2 kilometer egress road for the Fort McKay community. We are requesting 400,000 for 2023 to post an RFP for the detailed design. RFP is planned for the first quarter of 2023. The estimated cost for design is 900K for 2 years. The requested funds of 500K in 2024 is to complete the design and land acquisition. Land acquisition will take almost 2 years to complete. Rural egress road Fort McKay design. So this red line in the slide shows the proposed egress road for the Fort McKay, which is approximately 8.2 kilometers. Now I'll be presenting the flood mitigation program.
Nasir, do you want to pause there and we can maybe go to questions from council and then we'll go into flood mitigation?
Sure.
So do any councilors have questions regarding to the capital projects that Nasir has brought forward? Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, presenter. Mr. Qureshi, it's a very good presentation, very informative for me. I hope actually these projects are completed well in time. I just want to know about the Fort McKay Community Center. What are you all facilities you are going to develop there?
Through the chair to Councilor Dogger, it's a community center. It was initially designed and initiated by the community. So later on the design was transferred to us. So we own that design as per their needs. It's a 12,000 square feet facility. So it was tendered early this year. So however, due to the non-interest of the vendors, we are reposting the same tender package early next year after adjusting the market conditions.
Okay, thank you. I see a lot of being expenses on rural area. I want to ask the question, and maybe it is to the Director of Finance. Are we allocating the amount, the dollars according to their strength? I mean, population per capita is kept in view or not?
Through the chair to Councilor Dogar.
Just, I think.
Someone else.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, the per capita is not a part of the process. Each department assesses the project needs based on their required program delivery. So it would be up to each department to determine what is done and where and at what time. And community engagement, looking at different areas, is a part of that process.
Thank you very much. Once I see Conklin Community Center, sir, I felt that population is very less and big amount is spent there. I would recommend that we should encourage urbanization. I mean, small colonies should be made on subsidized rates for the people to come to the urban area, so that in future the expenses of the wards which are outside in the villages, that should be reduced. If we spend so lavishly on the outer skirts, probably the residents of the town would be suffering. This is what my opinion is. In the long-term planning, sir, this could be one of the considerations. Thank you very much.
Councilor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. So if I'm calculating this correctly, and I'm just doing this so we have a little better understanding. If you look at the Fort McKay Community Center, the actual cost when you put the road to get there into the project, it really turns into a $17,900,000 community center, as opposed to what I remember starting off as a $12 million community center when we talked about it before. So the price seems to have escalated a bit. I just wanted to note that sometimes it's not really clear unless you put all of the project costs together as to what the real cost is. I'll just make that as a comment. Not so much a question. Here is my question, though. The water line to the golf course, that's a private golf course, is it not? And are they paying anything to get the water line, or is the municipality supplying the golf course this water line?
Through the chair to the Councillor Grandison, no, we didn't get any grants or funding or contribution. We applied, but it's all RMWB cost would be for the project.
So, are we the taxpayers? Am I correct? This is a private club, is it not? Private land? No, I don't know. I'm asking. I thought it's not a private. Okay. Okay. That's all I needed to know then.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. I got a couple questions about the rural egress roads. Fort McKay, have we reached out to the local community to discuss what preferred location they would like their road in, or is this just a best guess here as to what might work best?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, Mazhar was leading this for the community engagement piece, and I'll request him to answer this question, please.
Through Chair to Council Ball. Yes, correct. We have reached actually to the community, and we have public engagement, and the alignment that we chose them was according to what they agreed to.
Okay, I only asked that because they reached out to me and said, why is it here? We want it there. So I think maybe we want to just do a quick re-engage, just to double check on that. I was told they would like a significantly different route than what's chosen here.
Thank you for the feedback.
That's all I got.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Just a question to the presenter, I guess, or engineering. On the East Clearwater Highway pre-design, we've got $5 million $5 million that's been sitting there since 2017. Now, none of it's been used. Is there an expiration date on some of this, just to clean up our projects and reduce the size of these sheets? Like, do we ever remove it?
Through the chair, Councillor Boussier, I think the $5 million that was allocated at the very beginning, way back in 2016-17, when the East Clearwater Highway came to inception, basically. But I don't believe we have removed the $5 million from the budget.
Yeah, through the chair. No, we haven't. I'm just curious, is there an expiration date on this? Or do we just leave it?
I think I would refer this question to our finance director, because they were involved a little.
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, when it comes to anything that has come forward to council, council has approved a project, it stays on the project plan until such a time that the department would identify that they're not going to move forward, then we would bring it back as part of the approval process for council.
Through the chair to Lori, so it's the department that makes the decision and not council on whether we want to pull it?
It would typically, through the chair, it'd be typically the department might bring it forward to council for a recommendation to cancel a project. If it followed council's direction historically, we always come back to council to finalize or correct or change any direction of council.
Okay. Because this was, I think, I don't know who brought this forward.
Yeah, there's been,
Councillor Stroud and I were on council back then, I think, when this 5 million might have been Councillor McGrath or something, but I just to clean up some of it, it's more what Councillor Ball says. We have projects on here that.
yeah, I think it's a good point for us to take a look at the capital program overall and look for projects where we do need to come back to council for that kind of clarity, and take projects off that are no longer going to be considered or gone after.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bussier. Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. I'm just wondering the level of engagement of the Grayling community, one, before you go ahead with this drainage construction, and two, whether I believe this work was done before and there were lessons learned and carried forward, because I visited this community and heard clearly what they were saying. So I just wanted to know if this is a rework or am I missing something?
Through the chair, Councilor Bajoko, thanks for the question. I have Mark Kay here, who was involved in few recent inquiries, and he will be here to help just to give us a bit of more update on this. But this is the project lesson learned for engineering. So just I know that previously we presented in council when we awarded, but community engagement piece, Mark Kay will just give us a bit of an update. Thanks.
For the record, my name is Mark Kay. I'm a construction management advisor with the engineering department. Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko. Myself, I've been involved in engagements with the Grayling Terrace residents who've been impacted by the runoff, spring runoff, flooding and problems since the wildfire. At this time, I have a bi-weekly Teams meeting. The distribution group is approximately 20 residents on that. We have 4 or 5 residents that attend consistently. The purpose of that meeting is to update residents on the progress of the project and to receive any concerns or anything, any information whatsoever from residents that I can subsequently pass on to the project manager. In terms of pulse inquiries, we haven't. We've had pulse inquiries beginning probably in 2017 and 2018. Beginning in 2020, I became the direct conduit for resident issues and concerns. And from there, I've worked hand in hand with the project manager.
Okay. Thank you. I just want us to pay attention to the feedbacks that we are getting, and sometimes some of this feedback could actually even save us some money. So that's just that's my feedback about Grayling Terrace. So,
thank you.
And I hope they are aligned. I know we can make everybody happy, but it's a service to them, and they know the impact on their properties and things like that. So please, let's check and work in accordance with what we find. Thank you.
We will do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, thank you for the presentation. A couple questions. One to do with one of the situations, the water line to the golf course that it's being built down. Is that because we're mandated to get water to buildings inside the urban area, or what was the purpose of doing that line?
Through the chair, Councilor Weigel, the idea is to bring the water into the building.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they take care of everything else.
Up to this point, they've been just on tanked water and well water.
I'm not
Because
sure.
the golf course has been there for many years. Now, did they lose water due to the fire, and that's why they no longer have service, or did they ever just not always have water hooked in?
I think they have tanks, one for fire and one for domestic.
Mm-hmm. So, previous to the Horse River fire, did they have a water line to their clubhouse?
Yes, they do.
They did. So it was due to the fire that they lost the water?
This is not the reason why they are asking for a water line. They just want active water line all the time.
Right. So, and if I get it right, we're spending $2.7 million to get one clubhouse piped water?
So through the chair, just one thing to clarify, so that this project didn't come through a regular business case. It came through the senior administration of that time. So to us to take over this one and to look into this line to hook up. So this is how this project was created. Not sure at that time how this business case came.
Okay. So I guess it goes back to are we mandated to provide piped water within any business or residents inside the urban service area? So is this mandated? Is this just something that we're required to do?
Sorry,
or this was just an ask?
Through the chair to Council Wright, based on the commentary, this was an ask that was that came through the organization at one point in time. There has never been piped water to that facility, so it wasn't lost as part of the fire. There's
Right.
never been piped water, so they've had to truck in potable water or however they dealt with it.
Mm-hmm.
Not an impact of the fire. So this was a request for infrastructure, I assumedly from the club through previous council and administration. And so it's been making its way forward, and now it's before council as a project.
Okay. And so this was at a previous council?
No, we approved it. We approved it last year. FYI.
Last year? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, maybe not. Okay.
So,
and so
apologies when I said previous council, I guess I meant this council.
Right. Okay. And it's, yeah, I'm not looking to take it off. I guess at some point we're going to set a precedent that we're willing to spend 2.7, and obviously I was part of that, which I will own, but 2.7 for a golf course. And, you know, we start talking about rural water and sewer, you know, to many homes and stuff like that. I just know that it's going to come up in conversation. So thank you. Oh, and I had one other one. As we were talking, I didn't see on the books, we had talked, not we, but on previous council, it'd come up in 2016 about a community hall in Sapri Creek. It's one of the bigger conversations at the society, and when we talk about engagement, it's probably the biggest engaged conversation within the Sapri Creek Society about the community center. I know it went to design, and then it kind of got stuck, you know, on our capital sheet. It says to be completed by 2022. Obviously, we're at a different phase at that point. Can you tell us where we're at with that and why it didn't make the books this year?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel. So I believe so it was due to the priorities. Perhaps it's moved up down the road in next year. But yes, this project is still on the book. But again, perhaps it's 2024. Maybe finance can just give more update.
Sure.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, what was on the books for the current year was the design, which has been completed. It had been on the books for many years, but we didn't actually have all of the detailed background on the prioritization. And through the prioritization exercise for this year's exercise, we did not put it forward at this time. We needed to go back and find some additional information.
So when do we feel we might be able to see it? Or is it still a project that's looking to go forward?
I think administration needs to gather more information and have a complete understanding of what the priorities are and whether or not there's a necessity for it. From what I understand, some of the conversations that occurred throughout administration and engagement with the community is that there is a community center out in Sapri Creek, being Vista Ridge.
Right.
In addition to that, there is also the airport, which is now offering space for rental of large gatherings as well. And then we have other areas within the region that have no community center at all. So this was deemed to be a lower priority.
Okay. No, I appreciate that, and thank you. The comments that's coming back, and again, I'm expressing from the community, is that there's no other enclosed buildings except Vista Ridge, and so for a population of 900 people, a venue that can only hold about 100 to 125 might not do. But that was just a question that we want to get answered for the residents, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, sir, for giving me chance. I just wanted to make an acknowledgement for Mark Kendrick. You know, I see him a great veteran for the last 12 years. I know him everywhere where I saw his presence in the Remembrance Days with cadets, with Legion. It has been excellent. Now I see him with construction in the engineering branch. Surely, sir, I would like to get benefit from your knowledge and experience. Call me on any of your projects. It would be my pleasure to learn from you, Mark. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Dover.
Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair. I just want to touch on this water line for the golf course. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did we not only approve $1 million for that project last year? And now it's turned into a multi-year that's worth 2.7?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, yes, you are correct. Last year, the intention was that we will do in-house design. However, when we just started all that, it's a geotech and the initial study and the feasibility study, so we found that there are complexities. There are also the land acquisition right-of-ways involved from the social housing society. So those things put this project back into that formal design, and the construction methodology, it needs the directional drilling or whatever the proposed methodology would be. So that would be designed and go back into the construction in 2024. So considering the current market conditions, yes, we have adjusted our numbers based on the design and then the construction.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I do recall considerable debate over this relative to why we were going to spend $1 million. Now we're going to spend $3 million. So I'm thinking we need to rethink this, to be honest with you. I'm not prepared to support this right now. So I'll openly say that. I believe we all agreed to $1 million, but now it's triple. And I think that we need to be, I wish that was explained to us rather than us having to recall and dig that out.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. I don't see any other questions come up. I have a quick question, as possibly maybe Brad and Plan Development might be answered, but to my understanding, we didn't have range roads that we were responsible for. And now the range road 1109 and Fort McKay's come up. Now, is that road actually on First Nations or is that RMWB?
Through the chair, it was belongs to the Métis group there. However, we secured the right of way. It was granted to us right now.
Okay, so that's on the Métis side, not the First Nation?
No,
that road?
It used to be on the Métis side. Now we got the right of way.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions of council? Would any council like to make a motion relative to the items? Not seeing any. If you want to go on with flood mitigation this year, but first, if I get the CEO, give us kind of a overview update on flood mitigation.
Yes. You can let Kaushik.
A couple conversations going at the same. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to yourself, flood mitigation. Just before the presentation, I just wanted to advise council. We've given direction to staff to undertake a really holistic, across departmental look at the flood mitigation program, aimed at providing council with an update immediately following council's Christmas break. So the first part of the new year, to report back on a comprehensive review, an overlook of kind of state of the union, status of projects, state of the financial situation and budgets, and a better and more as solid as we can be, given that there's decisions yet to be made going forward on the timelines for flood mitigation. I say that, and the mayor's offered me this opportunity to say that at the beginning of this conversation, because it may save us some time in entering into questions around the status of flood mitigation beyond what you see in the budget request this year. There'll be ample time for council to be briefed on the state of the projects, and we can enter into a lengthy discussion at that time, should council want.
Thank you, C.L. Torgerson. We're going to actually take a 10-minute quick break, and we'll come back to flood mitigation. Welcome back, everyone. And Nasir, whenever you're ready, if you want to go on flood mitigation.
Thank you. Now I'll be presenting permanent flood mitigation program. This slide shows the map for all the reaches, including Taganova. The current flood mitigation program is divided into 11 reaches and Taganova. The municipality will raise reaches that were previously built at 250 meter or 250.5 meter to comply with the council's direction to build at the 1 and 200 elevation of 250.9. The exception is Reach 9, which was built at 250.5 and where we plan to achieve 250.9 meter with temporary measures. Mitigation components of reaches 8 and 11 are now at the finished grade and future maps will be updated accordingly. In the next few slides, I'll be providing a reach-by-reach overview and update of the flood mitigation program. As highlighted in the previous slide, Reach 1 is the raised trail along the Snai behind the River Park Glen complex from McDonald Drive to Borealis Park. Reach 2 runs along Borealis Park. Reach 3, 4, and 6 are the sections of the Clearwater Drive. Reach 5 starts on Clearwater Drive, then wraps around Edgewater Court and Riverwalk Villas before ending beside Clearwater Drive near Idle Street. Reach 7 is largely parallel to the undeveloped road allowance at the end of the Franklin Avenue. Reach 8 roughly runs parallel to Fountain Crescent and also wraps around the Mills Avenue booster station. Reach 9 is an elevated trail mostly built on the alignment of pre-existing trail behind Heritage Village. Reach 10-1 is the retaining wall meant to replace an existing retaining wall south of the Saline Creek Drive Bridge. Construction of Reach 10-1 was delayed due to material supply chain issues. However, it's still in contract and it will be continuing. Reach 10 to contract 2 of Reach 10 is the raising of the Saline Creek Drive and small berm construction within John Howard Pugh Park. Reach 11 realigns a portion of the Draper Road. The mitigation component is now complete and paving will take place in 2023. This reach scope was added pre-flood from secondary Grass Road without budget adjustment. We've just added this slide to give a more update. So there were a bit of pre-flood and post-flood conditions in terms of scope. It will give a bit of better understanding where we are today and why we are a little bit behind where we are. After the 2020 flood events, a few scopes of work were added to the flood mitigation program for structural and non-structural mitigation. These additional scope items have been added as a direct result of Council Motion Taganova Eco-Industrial Park. Indirect result of Council Motion reaches 1 to 4 top-ups and hanging stone expansion area or identification of the potential flood paths, Taganova South. The Taganova Eco-Industrial Park, Taganova North, was added to the flood mitigation program via Council Motion during design for the Taganova North section. It was found that there was an additional flood path south of the wastewater treatment plant. As a result, the Taganova South section was added to the flood mitigation program. Reaches 1 to 4 top-ups and the hanging stone expansion areas are the result of the Council's direction to build to 1 in 200. Reaches 1 to 4 were either pre-existing high ground or built to 1 in 100. However, none of these reaches currently meet the 1 in 200 elevation and thus must be raised. The hanging stone expansion area is above the 1 in 200 ice jam flood elevations, but slightly below the 1 in 200 open water flood elevation for that specific area. This limited section of the Hanging Stone River is where open water flooding is the governing hazard, as opposed to the rest of the flood mitigation program area, where ice jam flooding is governing hazard. This addition to the program scope is an indirect result of the Council's direction to build to 1 in 200. The last item is the gap analysis and river breakup plan revisions which is a cleanup sub-project done to close off the whole program. Since 2020, non-structural mitigation has also been part of the flood mitigation program's budget, while engineering has provided support, most notably to the temporary mitigation work as well. The non-structural mitigation work has also been largely delivered by the operation department, despite the flood mitigation program being sponsored and delivered by the engineering. Flood mitigation design. This project is for the design of the permanent flood mitigation project for the downtown, waterways, and Taganova areas for the ice jam and open water floods for the one. This project is for the design of the permanent flood mitigation project for the downtown, waterways, and Taganova areas for the ice jam and open water floods for the 1 and 200 return period. The finished design will use a combination of elevated roads, berms, and retaining walls. We are not requesting any funds for 2023 as the carry forward amount will be used to complete the design reaches 1 to 4, reaches 10, contract 2, parts of the Taganova, and available funds will be used for Hanging Stone expansion area as well as reach 6 and to retrofit 5 outfalls throughout the communities. $1 million request shown for 2024 is for the gap analysis work, and that number will be adjusted as we prepare for 2024 budget. Flood mitigation construction. This project is for the construction phase for downtown waterways and Taganova areas for the ice jam and open water floods for the 1 and 200 year return period. The project will use a combination of elevated roads, berms, retaining walls, and other associated infrastructure for flood mitigation. We are requesting $15 million for 2023 and $35 million in 2024 to continue the ongoing contracts for Reach 5, Reach 8, Reach 10, retaining wall, and Reach 11. Out of the $15 million asked for 2023, $9.8 million is for the temporary measures and underground work for 2023, and the remaining $5.2 million is to continue contracts that are already in place or have been tendered. For the record purpose, the program budget has not yet been amended to account for the additional scope highlighted in prior slides. Administration will be coming forward in the very near future to discuss the budget needs once we have prepared the cost estimated requests by the motion brought forward by the Councillor Ball. Spent to date, we have $51.8 million, and out of this, $19.1 million is temporary and underground work.
Thank you, Nasir. Does the council have any questions regarding the flood mitigation report that Nasir has just referred to? Council have any motions in relation to this item? Not seeing any. Nasir, if you want to continue.
Thank you. In the next few slides, we will cover rural infrastructure rehab, the rural water sewer servicing program, and the service connection budget presentation. The following slides provide an overview of the current state of the RWSS, which is Rural Water Sewer Servicing, and Road Rehabilitation Program. This overview will help to provide context for the budget requests related to the RWSS and Road Rehab Program. All contracts in the South rural communities are completed with the exception of the contracts in Christina Lake Drive and Father Mercady Trail in Conklin. The contract for Conklin has been divided into 3 phases. Phase 4A, Christina Lake Drive, tender closed on November 9, and it's in the award process. Phase 4B, with the remaining Christina Lake Drive, tender planned for Q4 2023. Phase 4C, Christina Lake, Jackfish River, tender planned for Q4 2024. For the community of Anzac, all 3 contracts are complete except remaining deficiencies to be addressed. As shown on this slide, infrastructure added in Anzac is, this is just highlight, 11.5 kilometer water main, 15.4 kilometer sanitary sewer lines, 63 fire hydrants, 5 lift stations, 148 manholes. This slide outlines work completed in the community of Genevieve. Both contracts are complete except remaining deficiencies to be addressed. The infrastructure added to date comprises of 5.6 kilometer water main, 7.2 kilometer sanitary sewer line, 44 sanitary cleanouts, 1 lagoon. This slide outlines work completed in the community of Gregoire Lake Estates. All 3 contracts are complete except the remaining deficiencies to be addressed. The infrastructure added to date comprises of 2 kilometer of water main, 2.5 kilometer of sanitary, 12.5 kilometer of force main, 11 fire hydrants, 1 pump house and reservoir, 1 lift station, and 24 manholes. This slide outlines work completed in the community of Sapri Creek. All these contracts are complete with the exception of the deficiencies to be addressed. We have completed 10 kilometer of water main, 21.4 kilometer of sanitary sewer, 1 lift station, 61 fire hydrants, 66 sanitary cleanouts. For the community of Conklin, all contracts are completed with the exception of Christina Lake Drive and Father Mercury Trail. To date, we have completed 9 kilometer of water main, 6.2 kilometer of sanitary, 49 hydrants, 2 lift stations, 84 manholes. Remaining contracts to be completed: 3.7 kilometer of water main, 3 kilometer of sanitary, 26 hydrants, 2 lift station, 27 manholes. In Draper, we have completed 6.3 kilometer of road improvements, including traffic marking, signs, and roadside drainage as part of the Rural Infrastructure Rehab Program. Rural Infrastructure Rehab Construction. This project includes the construction of hot asphalt roads and associated roads, roadside drainage. In the southern rural communities of Anzac, Conklin, Draper, Gregoire Lake Estates, Genevieve, and Sapri Creek Estates. To synergize the projects and reduce the impact on the residents, the construction was planned in conjunction with the Rural Water and Sewer Servicing Program. We are not requesting any funding for 2023 as the carry forward amount will be used to continue ongoing contracts and the one of the 3 remaining contracts in the community of Conklin as identified in the previous slides. The remaining budget requests of $3.5 million in 2024 and $2.3 million in 2025 are to complete the remaining work in Conklin. Rural Water and Sewer Servicing Construction. This project is for the construction of water and sanitary system, including water and sanitary mains up to the property lines, and all related infrastructure such as a lift station, manholes, cleanouts, water reservoir, pump houses, and fire hydrants in Anzac, Conklin, GLE, Genevieve, and Sapri Creek Estates. This project will be constructed within municipal right-of-way to the private property line. We are not requesting any funding for 2023 as the carry-forward amount will be used to continue ongoing contracts and one of the 3 remaining contracts in the community of Conklin as identified in the previous slides. The remaining budget request of $10.7 million in 2024 and $5 million in 2025 are being requested to complete the remaining work in Conklin. Please note that the estimated cost to complete the remaining 2 contracts in the RWSS programs are approximately $30 million, and we will bring forward a budget request as we proceed with the actual numbers. This project is for the service connections, rural water and sewer servicing. This project is for the design and construction of water and sewer system on private lots. This project will enable existing residential lots to connect to the piped water and sanitary mains already installed up to the property lines under the Rural Water and Sewer Servicing Program. We are requesting in 2023 $4 million, 2024 $11.8, and the rest are all projections: 2025 $5.7, 2026 $11.5, and 2027 $6.78. However, these numbers will be adjusted later on. Service connection is the last stage of Rural Water and Sewer Servicing Program, which started in 2015. At this stage, the lot owners would select a contractor of their choice and would have 5 years to connect to their piped water and sanitary mains already installed up to the property lines under the Rural Water and Sewer Servicing Program. This slide shows the forecast of service connections per community across the 5 hamlets included in the RWSS program. There may not be an accurate model, however, assumptions have been made to predict how many and when residents will hook up to the systems in each community. With this, I conclude my presentation and will be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Nasir. Do we have any questions of council in regards to rural water and sewer servicing? Would any council like to bring forward a motion in relative to this item? Not seeing any, so thank you, Nasir. Thank you for all the detail.
Thank you.
I'd now like to call upon Antoine Remp, Director of Environmental Services, to present. Whenever you're ready, Antoine.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Antoine Ramp. I'm the Director of Environmental Services Department. And next to me, Senior Manager Elliot White, and to my left, Justin Canning. We're pleased to present our 2023 capital budget for environmental services. As shown in this table, all our projects fall under the public facilities category. The budget that will be carried forward into 2023 from previous year is $46.37 million. Our proposed budget for 2023 is $46.95 million, while our proposed budget for the following 5 years will be $173.1 million, which brings our total budget for the next 5 years to $266.42 million. The first project I would like to cover today is the Sanderson Pressure Reducing Valve, or PRV, construction. This project is to replace the existing three-way PRV chamber that is at the end of its useful life and construct a new water main along McDonald Avenue and Biggs Avenue. The remaining deep municipal utilities will also be replaced in streets that are disrupted to minimize future impacts to the finished areas. This project will improve the reliability of our potable water distribution system in the downtown core. The design for this project is complete, the tender was put to market, and bids were received. We are now preparing the contract, and pending approval of this budget, work is scheduled to start in the new year with a directional drill program. This project was presented during last year's budget season, and the budget requested in 2021 was $32 million for all years. Based on the bids received from the market, the new total budget requested for this project is now $47.6 million. We plan to allocate $7.2 million of that budget in 2023, with a balance of $32.4 million over 2024 and 2025. This picture shows the streets and areas that will be impacted by this project in the next few years, along with the directional drill to Abba Sand, which follows a path under Highway 63. The next project is the construction of the Gregoire Storm outfall structure. This new outfall structure is a crucial piece of infrastructure for the storm system upgrades that were recently completed in the area to materialize and alleviate stresses on the storm system during significant rain events. This will help reduce the probability of flooding in the area and improve regulatory compliance. The budget carried forward from previous years is $3 million, and the budget request for 2023 is $8 million, with an additional $8 million in 24 for a total of $19 million. This drawing shows the location of the new outfall structure. The next project is the construction of the waterline extension from Parsons Creek Reservoir to Millennium Drive. This new waterline will allow the Parsons Creek Reservoir to provide redundancy, including fire flows, to the Timberley distribution system. The project is currently underway, and we're asking for $2.1 million to complete this project in 2023. The total budget for the project is $7.875 million. This drawing of the waterline shows the alignment that starts at the Parsons Creek Reservoir and generally follows open park space to Millennium Drive. The next project is the construction of Celine Forest Road deep utility upgrades. This project will reduce the issues of sewer backups in the program area by increasing sewer pipe sizes and strategically changing the flow direction of the sanitary and storm sewer networks. This new project is scheduled to commence in July 2023 with a $4 million request for 2023. We will request an additional $15 million over the next 2 years for a total budget of $19 million. This slide shows the anticipated construction phase for the Celine Forest Deep Utility Upgrades project with the expected phasing year by year. The next project is a complete rehabilitation of Piven Place and Albion Drive. This infrastructure has reached the end of its useful life and requires the rehabilitation of roadways, underground utilities, and sidewalks. The design is in progress and is planned to be completed by January 2023. We are requesting $650,000 in 2023 and $650,000 in 2024 for a total of $1.25 million. This picture shows the location of Albion Drive and Piven Place. The next project is the Fort McMurray Water Treatment Plant process improvement, design, and construction. This project began in 2021 with an assessment of the river intake, raw water pump house and ponds, and the urban water treatment plant. The objective of the assessment was to identify areas of improvement for operational, safety and compliance issues, emergency response, condition assessment, asset management, security, and process optimization. The request for 2023 is $3.3 million for Phase 1, which is a construction of instrumentation and controls improvements. The design for Phase 1 will be completed in the first quarter of 2023, and Phase 1 will be completed in 2024. The budget for the following 5 years is $9.3 million for a total budget of $14.7 million. This is an aerial view of the water treatment plant in Fort McMurray. This project is to life cycle the cross-flow clarifier at the Fort McMurray Water Treatment Plant. It is in the final stages of the procurement process for awarding to the construction contractor. We already went to market, received bids, and are now waiting for this budget exercise to be completed and approved before we can award it. The 2023 request for this project is $2.45 million, with an extra $2 million to complete in 2024. This project is needed to maintain redundancy and capacity in our urban water treatment plant in Fort McMurray. Here's a picture of the Fort McMurray Water Treatment Plant cross-flow clarifiers. The next project is a supply and installation of a third pump and instrumentation for the 2 existing pumps. The project will also relocate an existing pump in the southeast pump house. The scope includes the implementation of updates to the electrical and process controllers of the station. The design is 95% complete and planned to be completed by the end of the year. The 2023 request of $300,000 added to the $400,000 that we're carrying forward will cover construction costs. Here's a picture of the southeast pump house. The next project is a design and construction of the Timberley Reservoir and Pump House. The Timberley Reservoir and the pump house have been in operation since 1981. As such, they are both approaching the end of their design life and need to be replaced. This project is to refurbish the Timberley Pump House and Reservoir so they can continue to meet the community's current needs and have the capacity for future growth. We are asking for $400,000 in 2023 to complete the design and expect construction to start in 2024. The budget for the following 5 years is $16 million for a total of $16.9. Here's a picture of the Timberley Reservoir and Pump House. The next project is the Abasand Pump House membrane replacement and optimization. The Abasand Pump House was taken offline in 2020 to rehabilitate the pump station and reservoir. During the latter stages of the project, several items were identified by the commissioning team as optimizations that were not included in the original scope. This is a new project for 2023, and we are requesting $500,000 for 2023 with an additional $1.6 million in 2024 to complete this project. Here's an aerial photo of the Abasand Pump House, and the red outline shows where the membrane will be replaced. The next project is a design and construction of the Fort McMurray wastewater treatment plant process improvement. This project is required to address critical equipment in the facility requiring upgrades or replacement to improve safety, efficiency, life cycle costs, maintainability, and reliability to continue to meet safety and regulatory compliance. We're not asking for any money in 2023, but the budget for the following 5 years is $9.05 million. Here's a picture of the wastewater treatment plant in Fort McMurray. The next project is the wastewater infrastructure structure modifications. This project covers multiple lift station upgrades, rehabilitating the Cornwall surge tank, and a new pressure washing system for the Highway 69 lift station. Last year's budget was $475,000, and we're asking for an additional $750,000 in 2023 for a total of $1.225 million. The work will start this winter, and construction will be completed by summer of 2023. Here are aerial photos of 4 of the 7 wastewater lift stations involved in this project. The next project is a design and construction of the Wood Buffalo lift station replacement. The existing lift station is reaching the end of its life cycle. The replacement is a safety and regulatory requirement, and it will ensure a continued level of service for the Wood Buffalo neighborhood. The budget request for 2023 is $400,000, while the remaining $4.35 million is requested for the following 5 years, for a total of $4.85. Here's a photo of the existing Wood Buffalo lift station and its location. The next project is the A-frame road paving, lift station, and sanitary force main installation. This project's scope is to pave the road and install a new sanitary lift station and sanitary force main. This will serve 65 acres of industrial land east of the airport. Construction started in July 2021, and at this point, the force main and the roads are completed. We're anticipating that the project will be completed in 2023. The request for 2023 is $1 million for a total budget of $12.8 million. Here's a drawing that shows a section of road that was repaved and the location of the lift station just east of the Fort McMurray Airport. The next project is the Fort McMurray inactive landfill closure. Closing cells at the old landfill is required to meet provincial regulations. This project has been on the books since 2017 under the label Fort McMurray Landfill Closure Cell 123 Lateral Expansion and Old Landfill. Since cells 1, 2, 3 and the lateral expansion are still in operation, we removed them from the title of the project. The delay in starting this project came from a proposal to Alberta Environment and Parks for a certain type of closure for the old landfill. We've recently received confirmation from AEP and can now move forward with a detailed design in 2023 and construction in 2024. No funds are being requested for 2023 as the $500,000 approved in previous years will be carried into 2023. The budget for the following 5 years is $6 million for a total of $6.5 million. Here's an aerial photo of the old landfill that will be closed through this project. The next project is the design and construction of the regional control system replacement. This is for the water treatment infrastructure across the region. A new automation control system is required for the entire region. We are starting this project with the rural communities for scale and timing reasons. The current control systems in the rural will become obsolete in 2026, and the proposed replacement components will be phased in over the next 3 years. The budget request for 2023 is $3.4 million, followed by an additional $7 million for the following 5 years, for a total of $10.8 million. Here are some pictures of the new technologies that will be implemented in the region. The next project is the design and construction of the Anzac Lagoon expansion. Expanding the existing lagoon is required to support the rural water and sewer servicing in Anzac, as the existing lagoon doesn't meet the capacity requirements. Along with the lagoon expansion, we will also upgrade lift station A1 and install a new force main to the lagoon. This project is important as it will enable the RMWB to operate the wastewater system in accordance with environmental regulations. The design of the lagoon, force main, and lift station A1 is complete, and the construction phase of the project was tendered. However, only one bid was received at a significantly higher amount than anticipated, and the tender has therefore been cancelled. We are working on breaking down this project into multiple sub-projects, which will be tendered separately. At this time, our request for 2023 is $6 million to be combined with the $4.5 million carried forward to carry us to the end of 2023. The budget requested for the following 5 years is $24 million for a total of $34.5 million. These illustrations show the Anzac Lagoon and the cleared area for the expansion. The next project is the construction of the Conklin Sewage Lagoon. The existing lagoon in Conklin needs to be expanded to meet the increased demands of Conklin's residential and commercial areas after the completion of the rural water and sewer servicing. This project will ensure we continue to meet regulatory compliance. The design was complete, the project was tendered, and bids were received. However, following an administrative challenge and the absence of legal ownership of a bore pit, this tender was cancelled and will be re-tendered after the land has been secured. So for now, there is no current request for additional funds in 2023, as the carry forward from 2022 will be used to continue the process of this project completion. The budget for 2024 and the following years is $8.3 million for a total of $15.5 million. Here's an aerial view of the proposed layout of the lagoon expansion. The next project is the construction of the Conklin water treatment plant upgrades. This project provides the components necessary to operate a second treatment train and a sophisticated, resilient control system. Having a second treatment train will enhance the capability to operate during marginal weather conditions and allow for safe operations in case of equipment failures in one of the treatment trains. The design was completed in 2022, and the request for 2023 is $3.1 million. This project is anticipated to be completed in 2023 for a total of $3.6 million. Here's a photo of the current treatment infrastructure inside the Conklin water treatment plant. The next project is the construction of the water and sanitary sewer in Fort Chipewyan. While the project was initially budgeted in 2021, a tender was posted at the end of November 2021, but was pulled off the market to give additional time to complete an engineering exercise to look at ways to reduce costs while continuing to maintain the level of service required for the community. Based on a review of the scope and some consideration for the continuity of operations in the community on the drinking water side, this project will be cancelled and brought back to council once the scope is more accurate. Here's an overview of the water and sanitary sewer in Fort Chipewyan. The next project is a design of the Fort Chipewyan reservoir capacity expansion. Additional reservoir capacity is required for the Fort Chipewyan potable water supply resilience. Should the water treatment plant be shut down for any significant length of time, this additional reservoir capacity will give us more volume, which means more time. The legislated fire storage capacity needs for the community will also benefit from additional reservoir capacity. There is no financial request for 2023, as we will carry forward the $100,000 approved in 2022. The request for 2024 will be $500,000 for a total of $600,000. Here's an aerial view of the Fort Chipewyan Reservoir and old pump house. The next project is a design of the Fort McKay water supply infrastructure rehabilitation. This project is for the new river intake on the Ells River and the 10-kilometer raw water line between that intake and the Fort McKay water treatment plant. The new piece of infrastructure will have an enhanced supply capacity sized to meet the projected 25-year community growth needs. The design is at 30% and planned to be completed by Q4 of 2023, pending land acquisition. We are asking for $900,000 in 2023. Here's an aerial photo of the current river intake from which the water is pumped to the Fort McKay water treatment plant. The next project is the construction of the Fort McKay water treatment plant chemical system. This is a new project. We are requesting $500,000 for 2023 with an additional $1.5 million in subsequent years to complete. This project will ensure the Fort McKay water treatment plant remains operational by avoiding equipment expiry and improving chemical spill containment. Here's a picture of the Fort McKay water treatment plant inside. The next project is a design of the Janvier water treatment plant upgrades. The Janvier water treatment plant is a critical asset for the communities of Janvier and Chipewyan Prairie First Nations. The current plant was built 25 years ago and needs significant modification and upgrades. We are in the process of completing an assessment of the most suitable water source for this community. Once this assessment is complete, which we anticipate being at the end of the first quarter of 2023, we can confirm the best path forward. With that in mind, we're not asking for any money in 2023, as we will use the $100,000 carried forward and come back to council in 2024 for the balance of 1.1 million to complete the design for this project. Here's an aerial picture of the water plant in Janvier and the raw water ponds. This concludes my presentation. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Antoine. You have a lot of work to do.
Yes.
Do we have any questions from council? Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation, and it's difficult to challenge the submission. But I'm looking at the Anzac Lagoon expansion project. I understand that the Anzac wastewater treatment plant that was built was based on a population that didn't materialize, so it's oversized and all of that. So is there any recoverable value to the treatment plant that was built, or did I miss that?
For the chair to Councillor Banjoko, thank you for the question. You are correct. The wastewater treatment plant that was built in Anzac was designed for a population base that we never reached. So it's way too big to be able to be used for treatment. So we are doing our best to reuse some of the equipment that was installed back in 2015 inside the plant. And we're in the process of considering options to use the building for other purpose.
Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, through the chair to Antoine. It's fairly obvious that you've got lots to do, and from my perspective, none of it's very glamorous. But there is one project that I kind of want you to brag about. To be honest with you, you're using a little bit of interesting technology that, frankly, I've been trying to get here for a long time, so I'm pretty excited about it. In the Saunderson PRV, where we've got some water savings opportunities and so on. I don't know if you'd like to explain that to those people that are here today.
Thank you for the question and comment, Councillor Ball, for the chair. So the Sanderson PRV construction project has three major projects. One is a directional drilling that will connect that new building to the reservoir in Abassan. And then we have some underground infrastructure that is going to be installed in some of the streets around. And we also have a new system that is going to allow us to retain water underground and plant trees. So it's a bit of a complicated, maybe we should do a whole presentation in front of council to demonstrate a little bit what it's about. But it's a green approach to like facilitating growth of trees on urban areas without like losing the pedestrian walks and everything. So it's complicated. I don't know if we should probably do a presentation just to talk about that, because I think that's a technology we'd use more down the road for storm management especially.
Yeah, through the chair, it's a very interesting technology, and you know it really leads to our whole downtown revitalization, and it gives us opportunities to do that green side of urban landscaping, which has always been very difficult. So I would just appreciate your guys' efforts in that project, and I wish you the best. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Do we have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Easy one. Do we have any motions in council like to make on the relative items? Not seeing that as well. So thank you, Antoine. And right now, if any councillors would like to make any motions relative to any other capital projects, this will be the time.
This will be the time?
This is the time.
Not like right now?
No. Councillor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I, Funke Banjoko, would like to move a motion that administration work with the Wood Buffalo Waterfront Advisory Committee to review the current design for the Waterfront Park project, eliminate any unnecessary elements, stewarding towards a project that remains in alignment with the engagement feedback from the indigenous communities and in keeping with the approved budget for priority area 1, and bring forward an updated design to council as soon as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Someone like to second that motion? Councillor Ball? Okay.
Do you want to amend it again?
Do we have to second it first so it's on the floor?
Amend it.
Okay, Councillor Ball?
I'd like to make a friendly amendment to that to remove priority area 1. It's about the whole project, not just priority area 1.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Banjoko, is that amenable to you?
I will.
Okay.
Can we read it back?
Yes, I can read.
Okay,
So-
Councillor Banjoko, would you like to speak to that motion?
Do I have to reread it and
No,
remove?
just speak to it if you like.
Okay. The main message here is that we should, or the administration should go back and look at the entire waterfront project and remove all the good to have and focus on the need of the community. And I would like for us to ensure that that we do not lose sight of the cultural aspect of the need of the waterfront. So we keep in line and remain in alignment with the indigenous piece. And I also want to say that I believe firmly that the Mark Island is not a substitute for the purpose of the waterfront. So the main thing is for the administration to work with the Waterfront Park Project, the Waterfront Advisory Committee, and look at the project and remove any unnecessary aesthetics and focus on the value delivery. And I also agree that we can remove focusing on priority area 1 and just go back, give them the flexibility to come back and give us a submission as soon as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Majoko. Anyone else like to comment or question or debate points? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. My concern is the flood mitigation, which is part of priority 1. Will this slow that project down? I'm not sure who I'm going to talk to.
Through the chair, I think realistically, that aspect of the flood mitigation has been delayed anyway, given the process with the Waterfront Park. It may have an impact, but in terms of the overall, I can't see it as being of major significance beyond the impacts we've seen so far. As I indicated, we'll come back to council early in the new year on a kind of more comprehensive discussion. We may know more at that time. Maybe we'll know more about the Waterfront Park. We may not yet, but that will help, at least certainly help us in setting out what the timelines look like going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Weigel?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through the chair, questions to administration, I guess, on the wording. I know CAO Thorkelson, you asked for more of a direction. Does need to have versus nice to have give enough definitive of the direction that to bring something back?
Through the chair, I think that was part of the discussion piece versus the motion. Referring it back to the committee, I think, is probably the best place to really get that, allow that committee the opportunity to work with staff to modify the project in alignment with the capital budget that's in place.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments, or debate points? I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And Councilor McGrath is gone. Opposed? That is carried with one opposed. Are there any other motions of council? Councilor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That the waterline extension and Real Martin Drive design and construction for the 2023 capital budget reference 23-051 be canceled, and that administration expend the required funding from the approved 2022 capital budget to close out the contract to compensate contractors for any amounts legally owing for goods and services already provided in relation to the project.
Thank you, Councilor Weigel. Would someone like to second that motion? Councilor Ball.
I'll second that.
Thank you. And Councilor Weigel, if you'd like to speak to it.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe this has been a discussion that's been on the books, even in the prior council, looking back to the records where it was originally approved for just under $900,000. I think it was $893,000. Then came back for a reapproval for us for $1 million, and then jumped to an extra $1.7 million for $3 million. Obviously, I'm a huge proprietor for business and making sure that businesses do flourish and have everything that they need. But at some point, there's got to be a recost analysis to it. And so I feel for $2.7 million for one building is excessive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Weigel. Would anyone else like to comment, question, or debate points? I'm not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? Sorry, can we do opposed again? Anyone opposed? No, that's carried unanimously. Are there any other motions of council? Councilor Bussier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. My motion goes as follows, that the 2023 Community and Protective Services budget be increased by $1,860,000 for the addition of 6 new officers for the RCMP and 4 new officers for bylaw services for the purpose of supporting traffic safety.
Have someone second that motion? Councilor Strad?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to that motion, Councilor Bussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. I think in addition to the traffic safety, I think the purpose of it is to create a bit more police presence in the rural, certainly the school zones, and given that we've opened the office I guess in this building here, it would be nice to see a few more officers and a more of a police presence, I guess, in the community and certainly in the rural areas.
Thank you, Councilor Bussier. Would anyone else like to speak to that motion or debate points? Councilor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank Councilor Bussier for bringing this forward. I think when we were talking about photo radar, I think this counterpoints that, where there's actionable items here to actually create safety, not just for the public, but for the children in our community, and have an action that will actually have massive impact, that have results that have been precedented in the past. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Weigel. Councilor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thanks for coming forward with the motion. I don't know if at this point one can have an idea of the cost but okay, still
the cost is in the motion.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Benjoko. Councillor Strad?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. And yes, I'm also pleased with this motion as we get many concerns on the presence of RCMP in our region, both in the urban and in the rural. So I think this would be a great move forward. And also possibly it'll free up some of the time for them to go into the schools and talk to the students. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Any other questions, comments, or debate points? Not seeing any. So again, also, it's an excellent motion, Councillor Bussier, and I think it's going to definitely have that presence not only in the rural, in the school zones, but also having it downtown for downtown businesses could use that extra support as well. So I think it'll be very well received and look forward to it. With that, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried unanimously. Do you have any other motions of council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, everyone. We'll now take a 1-hour recess to allow administration to incorporate all the changes in this budget sessions, and we'll resume at 4:40 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. We'll now move on to consideration of the 2023 budget, 2024-2025 financial plan recommendation. I'd like to invite Lori Farquharson to come forward to speak to the final budget. Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and thank you for providing us this opportunity to present the budget to you. With revisiting our numbers, our revised operating expenses will be $468,119,071, and transfers to reserve will be $105,249,369, which still provides us with a balanced budget.
Thank you, Lori. Are there any questions of council? So, are there any delegations in the gallery who wish to come forward to speak to the final budget prior to the vote? Councillor Dogar?
No, sir, thank you.
Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the 2023 operating budget in the amount of $527,562,588 be approved, representing $422,313,219 for municipal operations, excluding the Communication and Engagement Department, and that the Community Investment Program and $105,249,369 as a funding transfer for reserves and capital purposes be approved.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Are there any questions of council followed by debate points? Not seeing any, so call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried unanimously. Don't clap yet. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Grandison?
This is where I've got to.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Grandison?
Yeah, I have to exclude myself. I have interest in this.
Yes. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, I need to recuse myself for the next one.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you, Councillor Boussier. Just out. Just out. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that the 2023 operating budget be amended to add $7,103,240 for the Communications and Engagement Department.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Can I have someone second the motion? Councillor Weigel?
I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any questions followed by debate points of council? Not seeing, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? Seeing none opposed, that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Could we let Councillor Boussier and Councillor Grandison back in? Oh, this one's St. Aidan.
No, everyone can stay for this one. This is to add in the CIP. And then everyone individually. Through the chair to council, this next motion, motion number 3, is to add in the funding for the community investment program overall, excluding St. Aidan's Family Christian Center and the Games Legacy Grant. For clarification, everyone can stay in the room.
Thank you. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Weigel?
I move that the 2023 operating budget be amended to add $37,930,098 for the Community Investment Program, which excludes the following Community Investment Program grants. A, St. Aidan's House Society for $257,498, Family Christian Center, Legal Legacy Counseling Center for $320,000, and Games Legacy Grant for $95,016.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Benjoko?
I second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions followed by debate points of council? Councillor Dogar?
No, sir. I want to present the next motion so that I.
Okay, so when I hit your light again, I'll ask that now. Okay. We're going to vote for the next one first, Councillor Dogar, so we'll get you when the next motion comes up. So I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried unanimously. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll exclude myself for this next motion as I again have a pecuniary interest. There you go.
And Councillor Bussier?
Thank you, Mayor. I need to recuse myself for this one. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Dogar? Can I have someone make this motion? Councillor Dogar?
Yes, sir. I, Councillor Dogar, make the motion that the 2023 operating budget be amended to add 320,000
No.
for Family Christian Center.
Number
Oh,
four.
the fourth one? Sorry. Sorry. That the 2023 operating budget be amended to add 257,498 for the Community Investment Program grant for St. Aidan House Society.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Can someone second that motion? Councillor Ball?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Any questions or debate points of council? Not seeing any, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll remove myself due to conflict of interest in the next item.
Thank you. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the 2023 operating budget be amended to add 320,000 for Family Christian Center through the Legacy Counseling Center.
Thank you. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any questions followed by debate points of council? Not seeing any. Again, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried unanimously. Can I have someone make the motion? Oh, Councillor Stroud?
I need to recuse myself.
Okay, thank you.
Conflict of interest.
Councillor Bussier?
I move that the 2023 operating budget be amended to add $95,016 for the Games Legacy Grant.
Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Ball?
I second that motion.
Thank you. Are there any questions followed by debate points of council?
I think I'm the best motion maker.
Not seeing any, I call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried unanimously. I'm going to have someone make the motion. Councillor Ball?
I move that the 2024-2025 financial plan in the amount of $570,898,013 and $569,956,442 respectively, with funding transfers for capital purposes of $100,993,760 and $96,503,222 respectively be used as the basis for the development of the respective subsequent budgets, and that the 2023 capital budget in the amount of $135,795,150, $108,478 public art fund transfer totaling $135,903,628 be approved.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Weigel?
I second that motion.
Thank you. Are there any questions or followed by debate points of council? Not seeing any, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Tag clap. This concludes the 2023 budget deliberations and inquisitions. Thank you for participating. Marcy Cho, Kinmus Compton, thank you. See you all Monday. Councillor Dogar?
Yes, sir, for giving me the chance. Thank you very much, sir. All credits to CEO because that is the only change. The last time we finished in 5 days. This time 3.5 days and in a very easy, comfortable way. I hope with his presence, the things are changing and it will go at a good pace, and as the things are folded out, we'll see him, and he also gives us a good CEO next time once he finishes his successfully complete his service. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. And thank you everyone that took part in making this an easy process this week. Thank you.